God's sake, computer. Hi everyone, hopefully you can hear us. It's Gordy here. So we're going to run one of our pre-prepared backup clinics. Martin, which one are we running? Tom Gage's clinic. This is his layout tour clinic. So this is... Okay, so our good friend Tom Gaze at MMR. This is a layout tour of his layout, the Split Rock Mining Company. Martin, roll the tape for me. It's just easier that way. Okay, everybody, out in Facebook land, we are back for our 18th clinic of the NMRAX convention, and it's not really a clinic, it's a layout tour with the absolutely fantastic Mr. Thomas Gazier MMR in the Twin Cities, Minneapolis, United States. And Tom's going to be giving us a layout tour of his fantastic model railroad. It's survived acquisition by the UC&W. So Perry, keep your mitts off. And we'll let Tom describe his layout. He's ably assisted by his grandson Riley, who is going to be running some trains for you all. So I hope you enjoy this. As always, put your questions in the chat on the live stream, and I'll be picking them up as we go, and we'll do a Q&A at the end. So with that all said, Tom, I'm going to make you full screen, and I'm going to hand it over to you.
All righty. See when it goes here. So thank you guys for joining me on the Split Rock Mining here. Thanks, Gordy, for the intro. And
You're okay. You're on.
Am I on? All right. Okay. So thanks for joining Split Rock Mining. We're going to have a little layout tour here. My grandson Riley will be my engineer. Hopefully everything will go right. So it's a running layout, so I hope for some forgiveness. We're going to try and give you a good show. My layout is a play in 3 acts. It's a mining railroad. It's not a class 1. It's not a class 2. It's just owned by the mining company. We just haul iron ore. And we'll show you this and how it goes. We're going to follow a mine train. Then we'll follow the road train down to the dock, and then we'll do the dock shove. And if we have time, we'll follow the empties back to the mines. So let me kind of show you where our railroad is located here. All right, get out my handy pointer here. This is Minnesota. See the whole state. This is the map area. This is the iron mining area of Minnesota. There's the Cuyuna Range, which was the Northern Pacific and the Sioux Line. And then the huge Mesabi Range with the DM&IR and the Great Northern Ran. And then there was also the Vermilion Range. And this is where the Split Rock runs, out of Ely, Soudan Tower, down to 2 harbors for the dock. And it's just a dedicated ore mining railroad. So, all right, let's follow a train here. We'll get Riley fired up here. And we're going to have a pair of RS-27s. And we're going to follow them up to the Diana Lynn mine in Ely. And I'll try and give you a good showing of that. We're going to come ahead here to the grade crossing, one of the few grade crossings, Minnesota 135 between Tower and Soudan. And if you'll notice that the signal is broken and there's a crew working on it. So as Riley chugs out, you see that crew getting everybody safe. And then we're going to go up through Soudan, through the rock cut. And as we pass this, we're passing the Elizabeth mine. You can see the 4 companies that own the Split Rock. Elizabeth mine is in Soudan. And the train will probably serve that next. The mine runs will do multiple runs up the main line. And a Lynn mine area. We will then start working to swap out the loads and the empties. You can see a former loading dock and remove things for when they were building the mine. Some old trackage. And so Riley at the operations will come down here to one of my uncoupling ramps. And you can see that X. He'll stop between the engine and the first cars. Everything on my layout is done with magnets. There's no touching the trains. So all the throws are remote, and then everything is magnets, Katy magnets, delayed and non-delayed, with pull rods on it. Right? I'll get that past the 2, and then we'll run around the train, and we'll come down here and do some work. I will help him throw some switches. The first thing we have to do is remove our caboose. So Riley's he got his train gun. He'll pick up the pace here and get out there. We're going to remove the caboose. And it's already situated by a magnet. If you can see anything orange on my layout, that indicates that there's a magnet. And so Riley's going to get it out past our 1 switch. There we go. And then he'll come up and couple up. And we'll throw the magnet here. This is one of my movable. All right. Now we'll put the caboose aside down the lead over here. We can remove the magnet. Magnet's on a little tension rod here. And as that does, the magnet goes up and down. So now he's going to come down here by the Ely sign. And you can see the guy in the red hat. Sometimes I'll put people in orange hats. Whoops, I forgot to throw the switch. Told you we need some forgiveness here. All right, right there. There you go. Now forward. Grandpa the operator. All right, there we go. All right. I guess I get fired. He's doing well. Now, Riley is also running on his phone. The Split Rock Mining is completely Wi-Fi. I have Digitrax with the LNWI. And I also have the adapter for the Proto Throttle. And I have a friend who has a few Proto Throttles and not a layout, so he's let me use it if I bought the adapter. So Riley will get that right there and then pull that orange lever and it should just walk away. Nope, got to get some more slack in her. So we're learning. There we go. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so now the other one you'll see is a blue flag. They're working on that. So we're going to move the loads over. All right. And this is the kind of operation at the mines. The other mine is on a grade, and that employs handbrakes, which are quite interesting. If you check out my YouTube channel, you can see the use of handbrakes on there. There you go. All right, here come the loads out, and then we'll put those on the caboose. And then we'll stuff the empties in there and be on our way back. So now you're probably asking, what are those little balls for on there? Those are actually map pins, and they designate the grade of iron ore. And that's how they used to check iron ore. They used to test it at the mines and then send the results down to the dock. And they would blend the ore in the boats to get the right consistency for the steel mills. If they wanted a certain quantity or quality of 80% ore, 90% ore, 20%. So I was going to push the engines back to this arrow here. You'll see another orange. Here's another uncoupling ramp. If you can see that. And he will stop that there and walk away and go get the empties. Now this is going on simultaneously with the road jobs and the dock jobs. I usually have up to 3 operators and myself. And we keep quite busy. There is no staging. There is no loop. There is no need to refresh anything because the loads are removable. And they get removed at the dock and they get put in at the mines. All right, so we'll get past that one switch out there. And then we're lined into track 4. All right, that'll do. I should bring her back and you can see, maybe you can see the magnets I have placed there. Those are non-delayed magnets. So you can couple and uncouple on them. The Katie's will not go out of place there. He's doing that. We'll try and show you some details here. Some signs, some old rail. See that they've actually taken the frog out of this switch to save some money. And he'll bring it to the orange and uncouple it there. That a boy. A little bit more. That way. And walk away. Oh, we'll get it in there. Yeah, try it a little more. We may have to use the Uncle Sam hand. All right. There we go. And now we'll get past the 4 switch here and couple onto our train and depart. You'll push it off that magnet. And all right, now we can head back to the yard. Now, one of the rules you'll see here is when you leave, throw all the rods back, because then you'll be lined in. Oops. Stop her there, Riley. Push the caboose on the end there. Yeah, there we go. You want it, then you'll be lined up for coming back the next time. All right, here we go. Now we'll go down the mountain. We'll go past Sudan and Elizabeth Mine again. And we'll be lined into the yard. Now, these are an entire Alco roster after 1955. The line wasn't built till 1955, so no RS3s or 4s or FA units or anything like that. And now we've lined Gunflint Junction here. We'll go past here. Superior National Forest. And Riley will enter Vermilion Yard in Tower, Minnesota. Vermilion Yard, see if I can get it signed here. It's kind of a loads in and one runaround track. There's four tracks for ore, 2 arrival tracks. You can see a train, empty train here on the arrival track. And that's, so here's orange again. Riley will pull it up to these orange sticks, uncouple the engines, and we'll move them out of the way. And then we'll have the road power in the back take her down the mountain. All right. There you go. Still keep going. I think you got slacking. There you go. Riley's getting used to his iPhone. We downloaded that. He's got the Engineer. He has an Android. I have the Y throttles. If anybody comes over and wants to use their phones, we'll get past the 2 switch. There we go. And we'll back them up. You can see the pond in the front here. We have geese. And Riley get that in the clear, and then he's going to acquire those other engines. He's going to acquire engines 32. Here you can see a crew van and a caboose. They'll take the conductor off the inbound train. That's good, Riley. You stop there and acquire 32. He'll take an inbound train and drive them around to the rear, because there's no way these conductors are going to want to walk. All right. We'll dial up 32 and we'll double our train. You got her? All right. There we go. Yep. A little faster there. Pull them on out. We're all lined out. And then we're going to get past the 3 switch and then grab the other half of our train. These are RS-32s. They're Atlas. And they have tsunamis on them. Tsunami ones without the nice speakers like Kaylee was talking about back last night. All right, that'll do. You back your train up. And he'll back it up and easily couple it into. He's getting better at this. Nope. There we go. All right, nice and easy. Here we go. Keep going. Keep going. All right, there we go. Now we got our train. Faster Riley. Here we go. He's going to take off. And we got the whole train. We'll see if we can get you on the S curves here. And the bridge. You're going perfect. Get the ore train snaking around the grade there. We'll follow it around. And now we're heading into the deep woods of northern Minnesota. Heading over the rivers in the woods. And if you pay attention, you'll probably start hearing crickets and loons and things like that. So this is a 20-car train. Road trains are 20. The mine runs are 10 and the dock shoves are 9. And here you can also see the old abandoned lead because they used to switch up in Vermilion, but we don't anymore. So this is the pretty part of the layout. It's the Doll River Bridge. The railroad crosses by, see the woods. And then you can see, if you look closely, you can see an abandoned, let me get my arrow there. You can see an abandoned narrow gauge mining, logging line back in the woods. And then we come out of Dosa Tunnel here. And for my friend Dan Dosa. And we're going to go past Loon Lake over here. Now, Loon Lake is rather interesting. You look, you can see the loons in there, and there's also, I'm going to close some eagles up in the nest in the tree. I don't know if I showed you that. We actually have a fire tower up there with Ranger Gord from the Red Green Show. So now as the train's arriving back in Agate Bay, Civilization, past the D tracks, and the train takes these crossovers, and Riley's going to bring them up to another dedicated magnet here and uncouple the power. And here's the town. Look at Civilization finally. So Riley will bring them up to this point and uncouple the engines and run around, and we'll take the caboose off. And you can see the rest of the town. Oh, there you go. Back it up a bit. The town is mostly foam core buildings with model builder supply things on there, but I do have some nice downtown deco structures built by my friend Greg Dahl, and we'll come back and we'll get our caboose. View of Agate Bay here as we go by. Campers, bakery truck. 1969 is the setting. Trying to have vehicles that fit that. I think that's how you set your timing as vehicles and what's on the local movie theater. Here's the shops. So Riley's going to come back and go through these crossovers again. There's the caboose track. The cabooses are Rapidos, but they're weathered by Ralph Renzetti. He started off the show. They're amazing work, absolute works of art. Friend of mine. And so Riley will get past the crossovers here, and then we'll go in and grab and maybe show you the control panel here. All right, that's good. And also the red are the crossovers. And I have a combination of fast track bullfrogs. You saw Kevin talking about those, and some double pole, double throw toggle switches. So Riley will couple on. There you go. You know, back it up, and you'll see this guy with the orange hat, because you can't see the magnet. So I put a figure there with an orange hat. You'll uncouple the caboose there. A little slack. There you go. And away we go off to the caboose track. Now you'll also notice we have a yellow car. This is the one we're going to follow. The railroad painted it that way to commemorate the first load of iron ore. That was, there you go, Riley. Now I'll put it in the caboose track. The first load of iron ore to Agate Bay. And I numbered that. That's 323. That's also my anniversary, so it helps me remember that. So we're coming up to this uncoupling, and then he'll shove it in and uncouple that, the number one. And then the crew can go to the depot. There you go. I gotta back it up a bit. Right about there. There we go. And then the crew can go to the depot and have coffee, and then we'll pick up the 3200 here, the yard switcher, and we'll show you how that's done. All right, that's good, right? Right here? Yep, stop right there. All right, so dial up the 3200. And you'll notice we have a scale. So all the ore has to be weighed here. It's an in-motion scale. So Riley will come up and couple up to these. And we weigh 10 cars at a time. So we'll couple up, and then we're going to drag 10. So we'll get them back at all the white ones. See where the white ends, Riley?
Yeah.
So we'll cut off that car right there. That one right there. All right, that's good. Put some slack in it. All right, now stop right there because I want to show them this.
Oh.
So the scale has an on-off lights, and I got LEDs. So we turn the scale on, and you can see the little lights come on. And then I turn on beginning, and see if I can get it in there. And the lights should be blinking. All right, so now Riley can take them over the scale, and we'll weigh them. And it's the engines in the back, diesel service, C430 demos, RS36s, and some Masabia RSD12. All right, that's good. We'll turn off the scale. Now we're going to put the white ones away. So Riley will bring them down to this track here. We're starting up. So we'll put the 5 white ones in there and then the 5 yellow over there. Okay, here we go. All right. Get it to right. Another one more. These 4, and then we'll have a dock shove. All right. Now Riley can keep going. And what? There we go. We'll slow it down a bit because we're going to go to the dock. So we'll go through the town. I'll show you the town some more. And on the way to the dock, you can see the gondolas and a storage facility, some extra frogs, point rails, joint bars, switches, rails, ties, all the things we need there. Okay, so here comes Riley, and we're going to go out to the dock. And I'll show you a shove card here too. So we're going to go to track 2, and he's going to bring it here to the orange. And this is where I have a movable magnet. And this is a delayed magnet, so we can delay it and push it out to the dock. So he'll stop it there, and then we'll activate the magnet and get some slack. So I'll push the magnet, and I'll back it. Just there you go. He's delayed. Now go forward really slow. There you go. Real easy. And then the magnet should kick over. Nope. Back her up. We're working on this. Okay, there you go. Push her forward. If they're back it up just one bit. That's it. I'll go forward. It's not behaving. Back her up again. We'll try this. We're teaching the young man. All right. Forward just a bit. There you go. Back just one bit. Perfect.
Yeah, forward.
Yep. See if you can go forward. If not, I'll pull the coupler over. Nope. You gotta back it up. We're gonna do this by hand. So back her up, buddy. All right. Now forward. Use our pointer to kick it over. There we go. All right. So now this one has to go to dock 13.
Right.
So when he gets it even with these other empty cars, you can see we got a boat in here. Little Fitz is here. It's 1969, so he's still floating. So Riley will get it pushed in there in the dock. And above the docks, we have boats. And this is where the pins go. And he can just back away and go to the 9 yellows. And I'll take those pins out and actually put them in there. So when you get past the blue switch, come on back. Keep going there, Riley. And I'll show you my oar loads. My oar loads are cast plastic. If I can get this right So they're cast plastic.
Papa.
Yep, throw that and come on in. And then I drill them out, I paint them, and I drill the backs with a Forstner bit and put washers in there in a hole. And then I can uncouple them. So when we get to the pins, all right, that's it, Riley, stop there. I can take the pins out and put them in the ship. Then I have a thing called an ore plucker. And I can actually, of course, I'm doing it left-handed, so stick that in and it pulls the ore right out. And then I can put it in a bucket. So Riley's got a hold of the empties. We're going to drag these back to the yard. We got time. We'll take a empty up. The helts aren't finished, the parts are, but it's a work in progress and enjoying shove 2. The boat Andrea Dose needs 9 yellow, track 2, and what the pockets. And then down here I'll have shoves to do and the shoves that are done. So that would go under. That's the only paperwork we have. Don't hand me my pointer over there, Robbie. All right, he's just about gone here. And then we'll line him up. All right, that'll do, Riley. One more car. And then we'll back him up. And how I do it is track 5 is always the empties. And our goal is to get 20 empties so we can send out a ton. Yeah, there's my scratch built depot back there someday. So Riley will bring them here and uncouple the engine at the orange. And walk away. All right, so now we're gonna move these cars just out of the way. So Riley, we'll go couple onto those, and then we'll just move them over a track. There we go. Nope, you gotta go back. You gotta go back over to that track. So get past the switch down there. Go all the way out. All right, perfect. And you can take those out, and then if we can get them past that switch, we'll put them in there. And here it comes to the magnet again. And that's good. All right. Try her one more time, buddy. Okay. There we go. So now we're going to come over here and grab 20 empties over here. And we're going to put those out on the departure track. On our road power, we'll take a train. Still got some timer, so there you go. We'll take a train up the mountain and show you the pretty part of the layout again, and then answer some questions. The time saving, we got a caboose already here. We'll couple onto that. Yep, when you get past there. All right, that'll do. Bring her back. We'll couple onto that nice and easy. Easy, there we go. And then we'll uncouple the engine at the guide. All right, should just walk away. All right, now get that engine over the scale, and then Riley will dial up 32 again. We'll throw our crossover switches. And he's got them there, and you can bring them back and couple up, Riley. And then we'll go up the mountain again. And this is the circuit. This is what you get hauling iron ore. At least you know where the loads are going and where the empties are going. It's just a matter of how much. And then why I do iron ore instead of taconite is the colored pins. Because this is the switching. As the trains come in various colors, there is still some switching in operation. So he'll push them past the guy in the orange hat. There you go. All right. So now we'll go up the mountain. Let me get over here, Riley, and then we'll go and show everybody the pretty part of the layout. I can hear the loons in the back. You can also see a willow tree I scratch built. Everybody wants to know how to make it, and I won't tell them because I want to save you the trouble. That was actually built branch by branch with string dragged through paint, dragged through knock leaves, and dried. And hung up on bamboo skewers. Oops. And I'll see if I can show you a Dosa tunnel over here. It's a little shadow box scene. See the repairman's in there. Truck and ties. And makes a nice little photographic shadow box here. The tunnel's modeled after Erie Mining's Kramer Tunnel. It has a door on it to seal it the winter time. Railroad shuts down in the winter. No boats on Lake Superior. You can see the rocks are drilled. See the drill marks and blasting. You can see the bridge and the tower again. Here's Riley. He's got his bell on to know you're coming. All right, Riley, I'm going to have you halt there because we have to line our route. And I want to show these people once again. You can see Vermilion Junction, and you can see where I've modeled the former lead. I actually had a switching lead up here. I pulled it out and I thought, well, I'll make that a scenic item. And then you can see the only two switches on the layout that don't have pull rods because they're just too close. All the switches are hand built with fast tracks like Kevin Marks. And then most of the track here. So we're gonna line this one. All right, Riley, you're lined in. We'll get you going past our pond. You see the geese in the pond. You can see turtles. Fowler needs to make some geese and sell them in packs of 30. See turtles on the log. There's actually HO scale frogs there. We got them from Shapeways. We'll get the caboose up here, and then we'll stop, and then we'll do some Q&A. All right, Riley, that's good. All righty. I'm going to steal your chair there for a second, bud. And Gordy, you want to come back and we'll do some questions, or?
I am here. I have mute us because that's the clever thing to do. Hey everybody. Okay, so we just cut Tom's clinic off there. It wasn't scheduled anyway. We just cut it off before the questions. If you want to watch the Q&A for Tom, then go to the NMRA YouTube site at a later time and go. And his video is there from NMRX on the 25th of April, 24th, 25th of April 2020. You'll be able to find Tom's clinic. It was number 18 on that event, and you can watch Tom's clinic layout tour as many times as you want. But we have our next presenter. We want to stick to schedule. We don't want to run ahead. Brooks is also here and supposed to be hosting, not me. So I'm going to hand you over to Brooks and let Brooks introduce our next clinician.
All right, thank you, Gordy. Well, Dave here is a member of the Gateway Division of the NMRA out of St. Louis. He has an HO DCC freelance layout in his basement. He's also a retired computer scientist, and having spent the majority of his career at Monsanto in areas of computer graphics and developing computer-based training and for safety and health. He also has a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering and master's degree in computer science. Married for 47 years, father of twins and grandfather of 4. He enjoys woodworking and wood turning, and is also a classically trained baritone singer. So take it away, Dave.
Well, thank you, Brooks. I'm glad to be here today, and welcome everybody who's watching with us today. This is a 101 level clinic. It's for beginners, but it's broken into 2 pieces. The first piece, about 15 minutes in length, is for folks who have never done any programming or any development at all with Arduinos. So it's an introductory, very basic part. Then we're going to take some Q&A, and then we're going to come back to the animations part of it for about 25 minutes, and then some more Q&A. So we're breaking it into 2 parts. If you've got some Arduino experience, bear with me for about the first 15 minutes, and then we'll get into about 6 different animations that I've created over probably about the last 8 months. So are we in a position where we can roll the first tape?
Thanks for tuning in to this entry-level clinic on model railroad animation using Arduino microprocessors. So what is it all about? You will learn how to add controlled movement, lighting, and sound to your model railroad easily by using extremely inexpensive and simple computers called Arduinos. Well, like what? And off under the control of an Arduino microprocessor. We will learn how to add a yellow LED to the top of a tow truck. If we can flash 1 light, then perhaps we can flash 2 in synchronization. And maybe we can take a half dozen and make them flicker randomly in a dumpster fire. And then let's take a loop of track and add a sensor and a liquid crystal display to create a speedometer. Next, let's learn about another type of LED and a more lifelike way to control lighting for building interiors. Or add sparkles and sound to a water feature. Or make a larger fire. What do you do before you chop up a pine tree? You have to chop it down. And we will learn how to swing an axe, fell a tree, and enjoy the sound it makes. Finally, we will turn back our clocks to the first time we ever rode a carousel. We will go round and round to the music of random Sousa marches, and then let others ride when our turn is over. Before we go any further, if you write down anything in the clinic, this should be it. http://dackm.github.io github.io. This is my website where absolutely everything in this clinic is documented. There are copies of the videos you just saw and chapters which explain the underlying theory. Not into theory? You can go right to the projects, which contain the detailed instructions on how to create the animations we have just seen. Arduinos control the animations through programs, or sketches as they are called in Arduino speak, and I have included the actual code I used to make the animations you just saw, all for free, no programming required. Even a handout you can print with all the main parts of this clinic summarized. I am using this clinic toward my Author Achievement Program certificate, so I am trying to do a really good and complete job. Now that you know what this clinic is all about, it is time for what us engineers call the speeds and feeds. Arduinos are what we call open source, which means that the design is not patented. Many companies can and do build clones of the original design. Clones are generally less expensive, and I use them exclusively. Arduinos were originally designed in Italy about 2003 to teach youngsters how to program. In this clinic, I will teach you how to use programs, but not how to write them. Arduinos come in many form factors, but they all do about the same thing. This is the Arduino Uno model and is probably the most commonly used by hobbyists. I don't like it. This is an Arduino Mega. It has about 2.5 more connection points than an Arduino Uno. I have one, but I have never used it. This is an Arduino Nano, and all my new projects use it. Why? Well, it is less expensive than an Uno and does everything that I need in model railroading. I don't like the Uno and Mega because when I wire in external components like LEDs, I must jam a wire into a socket and the connection is never truly secure. When I buy a Nano, I buy ones from a manufacturer called LabFin because they have pins already soldered to the board. You can buy less expensive ones and solder these pins, called headers, yourself, but it is a frustrating task that I find not worth the savings. As an accessory to the LabFin Nano, I also buy an expansion board, and I can plug a Nano right in. I can also insert components into the expansion board sockets and then tighten the screws for a nice secure joint. It is also the least expensive option. What's not to love? I buy over 95% of all my electronic components from Amazon. You can occasionally find Arduino components at trade shows, but unless they offer some especially unique item, I usually buy from Amazon. Chapter 3 of my website lists all of the components I commonly use, their price as of this writing, and their Amazon Standard Identification Number, or ASIN. If you enter the ASIN in Amazon search bar, then enter a carriage return, their website will find the item for you. But be aware, many electronic components turn over quickly to search by descriptive terms and make an intelligence substitution. Personal computer by the USB cable that comes with it. So let's plug it in. This gives power to the Arduino, and a small LED in the middle of the chip starts to flash, while the LED next to it remains lit. But to make an Arduino do what we want it to do, we have to download a sketch to it, and this requires us to download and use the Interactive Development Environment, or IDE. The IDE is an application similar to a word processor. In it, we can write sketches of our own, or download sketches others write and share with us. The IDE runs under Windows, Macintosh, and Linux computers, but I have experience only with Windows. So how do we get the IDE? We visit the Arduino website at http://arduino.cc/en/main/software. Now let's scroll down about a page worth until we see Download the Arduino IDE. On the right are various systems on which the software can run, and I'll click on the version for Windows 10. The next page gives us the opportunity to contribute to the development of the IDE, and I'll click on Just Download. This website uses the Microsoft Store to distribute the software, and if you are not registered or logged in, you will need to do so. But I am already logged in, so I'll click on the Get button. It's pretty large, so the download takes a while. Now I'll click on the Install button. I'm not going to launch the IDE right away because I want an icon on my desktop for future use. I click on the Windows icon in the lower left and then drag and drop the Arduino entry onto my desktop. I can now double-click on my Arduino icon anytime I want to launch the IDE. Now we are finally ready to animate something. I first take a 10-inch piece of red wire and solder it to the long lead of the LED. I take a similar piece of black wire and solder it to the short end of the LED and paint the joints with liquid electrical tape and let it dry for about an hour. But before we go any further, let's do a thought experiment. What would happen if you plugged a household lamp that normally runs on 120 volts into a clothes dryer socket which supplies 220 volts? There would probably be a loud bang and some smoke, and the lamp would be fried. The same thing goes for LEDs and Arduinos. My red LED runs on 2 volts. But the pins on an Arduino supply 5 volts. I won't go into the electrical engineering here. If you want the theory, read Chapter 4 on my Amazing Arduino Animations website. But to keep my LED from burning up, I need to add a 150 ohm or larger resistor into the line. Although I can add the resistor to either wire, I am going to splice it into the black wire, about 2 inches from the free end. After soldering, I'll insulate it with heat shrink wrap. Different LEDs need different size resistors. If you use too small of a resistor, the LED will blow. Too large of a resistor and the LED will get dimmer. I generally use 150 to 220 ohm resistors for 2 volt LEDs, 90 to 220 ohm resistors on 3 volt LEDs, and 10 to 220 ohm resistors on 5 volt LEDs. So when you buy your LEDs, buy some resistors as well. 150 to 220 ohms is a good compromise. I stripped off about 1/4 inch of insulation from the free ends of the wires and tinned the ends. Unplug the Arduino from the USB cable. I always unplug the Arduino when making electrical connections. If you haven't inserted the Arduino Nano into the expansion board yet, do so now, making sure that it is oriented the right way. The USB connector should be near the D12 pin. Raise the screw on pin D2 of the expansion board and insert the red wire and tighten the screw. If the wire doesn't want to go in, take the pointy end of some decal scissors or some other small object and place it in the socket and raise the flap on the inside. Now completes all the required electrical connections, so we can plug the USB cable back into the Arduino. Now we need to download a sketch into the Arduino, and I have one prepared for just this project. Launch the IDE application and click on File and then New. An almost blank sketch will appear with just the setup and loop functions. Highlight the entire area and hit the delete key because we won't need any of it. I am not going to teach you how to code, but I am going to teach you how to take sketches from my website and load them into the IDE. So open the website at http://daacm.github.io, and down under the Chapter 4 heading labeled "To view a small program to test blinking a single LED," click here. So click there. A new window will open. Highlight the 13 lines of code and do a Control-C to copy the code to the Windows clipboard. Now go back to the Arduino IDE and do a Control-V to paste the code in the area which formerly contained the code from a brand new sketch. This technique of starting a new sketch, deleting the code from the new sketch, going to the website, copying an existing sketch, and then pasting it into the IDE code area is something you will do for all the projects we will describe today. But we are not quite ready to run the sketch. Remember that there are many form factors for an Arduino? Well, the IDE needs to know which one we are using. So we click on Tools and then on the Boards entry and scroll down to the Arduino Nano entry and click on it. We also have to configure the port. Again, we click on Tools, then Port. There will probably be only one entry and it will probably be already selected, but if not, select the one which is highlighted. We are now ready to run the sketch. In the upper left of the IDE is an icon with a dark green arrow on a teal colored circle. This is the icon that downloads the sketch from your PC to the Arduino. So let's click on it. Down at the bottom of the IDE, it will indicate that the sketch is compiling, then uploading to the Arduino. In a few seconds, the LED will begin to blink. But this is just the beginning. If desired, we could change the sketch. Remember that the IDE is kind of like a word processor? And alter the number of milliseconds that the light is on or off. Changing the on time to 100 milliseconds and the off time to 1900 milliseconds would turn it into more of a strobe. And now you know the basics of animation using Arduinos. Moderators, could we take a break here to see if there are any questions?
Your second video had a few people ask about the website address. Do you want to go over that again?
Yeah, I think the website's correct. I've certainly been to it about 170 times in the last 2 days, but it is case sensitive. So make sure that you get it all properly with the case. And if you still have a problem, maybe it's at some other place that I didn't anticipate.
Alrighty, cool. Well, why don't we roll that second video then?
All right, thank you. Let's do it.
Yeah, we'll roll the second video. Guys, please put your questions into the chat for Dave at the end of this video.
I'm going to pick up the pace just a bit. The tow truck I used is one from the Scene Master series from Walthers. There is a small screw on the underside, and if I remove it, detaches the cab and steps from the frame. I took the cab to my drill press and carefully drilled a number 55 pilot hole through the top of the cab from the outside. Have a set of numbered drill bits. Use a 1/8 inch bit. If you don't have a drill press, use a cordless drill and hold the workpiece gently in a vise or clamp. Now from the inside, I inserted the LED into the hole in the roof and attached it with a bit of CA glue. I ran wires through the interior, then reattached the cab to the frame. But how do we power these? Wall warts and barrier strips come in. Wall warts are the things that plug into the wall to power audio components and other electronic devices, and we need one that can provide somewhere between 7 and 12 volts DC and at least 250 milliamps. You may have one lying around from some obsolete device, but if not, you can buy one from Amazon for about $5. You can buy ones with more capacity, I do, which allow you to power more than one Arduino or power external devices which can be controlled by an Arduino. I usually cut off the end of the power supply, peel back several inches from the outside insulation, and use a voltmeter to make sure I know which wire is hot and which wire is the ground. I solder spade connectors to the wire ends and connect it to a screw-type barrier strip. I then use red and black 20-gauge wires to run from the barrier strip to the VIN, voltage input, and GND wires of the expansion board. Using the barrier strip makes it easy to get to a ground point when wiring in additional LEDs or other components, so don't skip that step. Barrier strips come with various numbers of connecting points, and I always buy long ones and then cut them down with a bandsaw. Amazon is expensive for these things, so if you have an electronic supply store locally, you may want to shop there. Okay, let's try something new. I've prepared two more LEDs, a red one and a blue one, and connected their red wires into pins D7 and D8, and their black wires to the ground point on the barrier strip. I always solder a spade connector on any wire to be placed on a barrier strip, but it's your choice. Do a small program and test blinking a pair of LEDs, click here. We now have 3 LEDs on the same Arduino, but this new sketch will power only the 2 new ones. When we run this sketch, the red and the blue LEDs blink alternately every second. Using the same method as we used for the tow truck, we can install these into a police car. Next comes the dumpster fire, and you are probably getting the hang of things now. I prepared 4 yellow and 2 red LEDs for this project. I now need to tell you that 6 digital pins on an Arduino, numbers 3, 5, 6, 9, 10, and 11, have special powers called pulse width modulation, or PWM for short, which means that they can be made to dim through software. Can appear to get dimmer and brighter every few hundredths of a second, which can yield a flickering effect, great for simulating fires. Just prepare your LEDs as before, and remember, even though we are dimming the LEDs through coding, they still need a resistor. I drilled some holes in a dumpster and ran the wires through the holes. I didn't want to solder spade connectors to 6 ground wires, so instead I bundled 3 together at a time and soldered a pigtail to the bundle, insulating the joint with heat shrink tubing, and soldered a spade connector to the free end of the pigtail. I connected the spade connectors to the ground position of the barrier strip. You did use black colored wire for your LED ground wires, didn't you? And then connected the red LED wires into the expansion board positions listed above. The LEDs tended to wiggle around in the dumpster, so I secured them with clear silicone caulk. Don't worry about getting any on top of the LEDs, because doing so tends to diffuse their light, and I like the effect. I added some small pieces of balsa wood inside the dumpster, and you can add tires, pallets, or other junk as desired. The code for the dumpster fire can be found under Project 1. The code in the loop function sets the flicker level for each pin to some value between 50 and 255, 255 being full power, and then resets every power level every 1/10 of a second. 255 is pretty bright, so you might want to play around with the minimum and maximum values I provided. Now for the speedometer, the first project I ever created. No LEDs used here, but we are going to use a light-dependent resistor, also known as an LDR or photocell, and a 4-line liquid crystal display, a 4-position barrier strip, and a 10K resistor. I'm not going into as great detail for the remainder of the projects, as you can find all you need in the documentation in the website. For starters, I took the LDR and soldered 24 inches of lightweight wires onto the 2 leads and insulated the joints. An LDR is symmetrical, so when hooking it up, one lead is the same as the other. You can use any size or color wire here, just not black, red, or white. I drilled a hole through the track and through my layout large enough so that I can run red and black wires from the barrier strip to the VIN and ground positions of the expansion board. Use masking tape and label the 3rd position of the barrier strip as 5V and the 4th position as A0. Connect one lead from the LDR to A0 and the other to 5V. Take the 10K resistor and wire one end to the ground position of the barrier strip and the other end to the A0 position. Run another wire from the A0 position of the barrier strip to the A0 pin on the expansion board. We should now have 3 wires connected to the A0 position of the barrier strip. Run another wire from 5V on the barrier strip to the 5V position on the expansion board. Now for the liquid crystal display. Run a black wire from the ground position of the barrier strip to the GND position of the display. Note that the display has male connectors, so female jumper wires are needed to mate with it. Run a white or red wire from the 5V position of the barrier strip to the VCC position of the display. Run any color wire from A4 on the expansion board to SDA on the display. Run another wire of any color from A5 on the expansion board to SCL on the display. Our wiring is now complete. Once you apply power, you may need to turn the blue potentiometer on the back of the display to adjust the contrast. Visit the website and copy the code from Project 2 Speedometer section and paste it into the code section of a blank project. But before you run the code, you need to make 2 changes. Around line 179, you need to change the code to represent the length of your track loop in inches. Around line 180, you need to record your track scale. Save your changes by clicking on File, then Save, giving the project a file name of your choice. As they say in Indianapolis, ladies and gentlemen, start your engines. When your locomotive passes over the LDR, the Arduino will start its timer. When it passes over the LDR again, it will report the elapsed time and average scale speed on the display and starts the cycle over again. You can run the locomotive standalone or with cars. I was surprised just how much faster the train ran after it was a bit warmed up. I like this approach for a speedometer on a loop rather than a speedometer on a stick because it handles momentum better, uses only a single sensor, and probably is a little bit more precise. The current version, 0.54, does have a small bug which can pop up when running with short cars, and I am working on a bug fix. The next project, the lighted building, uses a different way to control the lighting. I used 5-volt LEDs for this project, running at 40 milliamps, more powerful than LEDs we have used before. These LEDs come on rolls, so you just need to use scissors and snip one off. The front of the unit is curved and tends to roll when soldering, so I place the unit curved side down and place a piece of masking tape on it to hold it steady. With the back side up, I pull back a bit of the backing tape. The front of the LED indicated which of the soldered pads was for the ground and which was for power. I dropped a bit of solder on each dot and tinned the ends of a black and a white 28 gauge wire, and then made the soldered connections. I removed the LEDs from my work surface and placed a spot of masking tape over the actual LED. I then spray painted about 2 inches of the wire around the LED, so that the black wire would be less visible when the unit was attached to the ceilings. I made the building interior using 3D printing, but that's a topic for another clinic. You can build room pods with sheet styrene or some other technique of your choice. I decided what business was to be in each room and found images on the web to represent the motorcycle shop on the bottom floor, the bowling alley and utility room on the middle floor, and the bar and the ballroom on the top floor. I glued the images on the building with rubber cement. Drilling from the inside, I drilled 1/8 inch holes at the center top of each room and passed the wiring through the hole. I removed the backing from the LED and pressed it onto each room's ceiling. But how do these lights go on and off at random? I am not going into the details, but if you look at lines 86 through 92, you can see the parameters for what I call a light block. Line 86 says that for light block number 1, the positive wire of the LED goes to pin D7 of the Arduino. Line 87 says that when the Arduino passes the initial power up test, this particular LED is off. Lines 88 and 89 say that the minimum on time is 8,000 milliseconds, or 8 seconds, and the maximum on time is also 8 seconds. These values are usually different from each other, and the actual time on is some random value between the minimum and maximum. But for this room, I wanted them to be the same. Lines 90 and 91 give the minimum and maximum values for the off time. Line 92 gives the elapsed time when the state of the LED will next change. There are blocks for up to 9 LEDs, and the code is written to cause them each to change as desired. Additionally, line 84 specifies how many of the blocks are actually used in any particular application. So, upload the code to the Arduino, cover the interior with the building shell, and enjoy. I used basically the same code for a water current draw extra. I made the first pour with Kasten Craft polyester resin from Michaels, about 3 ounces, tinted with a small amount of Perlex Sapphire solid pigment. I let the resin sit for about 15 minutes until it was as thick as syrup, and then tilted the structure and made the first pour all at once. Within a minute it was no longer runny. I pressed in a few rocks and twigs and let it harden overnight. The next day I drilled 9 1/8 inch holes into the feature. I prepared 3 blue 3mm LEDs from Dicuna, 3 white ones, and 3 additional white LEDs, one each tinted with Woodland Scenics navy blue, turquoise, and one Tamiya clear blue. I placed the LEDs in the holes and sealed them in place with clear silicone caulk. I let them dry overnight. The following day I made another resin pour of about 2 ounces, this time with clear resin, and let it dry overnight. Finally, I gave the whole thing a coat of dull coat. Oh, and I added sound. The sound chip and amplifier each require 5 volts, and the power supply provides 12 volts, so I had a problem. I could run it from the 5-volt pin of the Arduino, but I was afraid too much power would be consumed, so downstream of the power supply's barrier strip, I wired in a buck converter, or voltage regulator I purchased from Amazon. Downstream of the buck converter, I wired in another barrier strip. But before I wired in the MP3 player and the amplifier, I dialed down the converter to 4.2 volts because the web said it ran better at this lower voltage. This must be done before attaching the MP3 player and amp, because out of the box the converter delivers 35 volts and we don't want to fry the audio components. The MP3 player and amplifier are just chips with no convenient way to mount them to a fascia board, but I found a solution. The space between the pins of the Arduino is 1/10 of an inch, or probably something close to that in metric units. This same spacing is used between the pins of the MP3 player and the amplifier, probably some industry standard. Perhaps we could re-engineer the Arduino expansion board to fit these 2 audio chips, and that's what I did. I cut the expansion board lengthwise on my band saw. Because the expansion board has 15 pins on a side, and the MP3 player has only 8, I cut one piece of the expansion board crosswise at pin 9. With the sacrifice of pin 9, that left me with two pieces, one with 8 pins and one with 6. But while we need pins 1 through 8 on one side of the MP3 player, we really only need one pin on the other side, pin 16, and we don't even need pin 16 for every project. Unfortunately, the distance between the two rows of pins was not the same between the Arduino and the MP3 player, so I took a thick piece of sheet styrene, placed the MP3 player into the two expansion board pieces, and hot glued the pieces to the styrene. Bingo! I invented a way to make an expansion board for the MP3 player and the amp. I have used a bandsaw for years, but using large saws can be dangerous. If you don't feel comfortable with making these cuts, ask someone with more experience for help. Safety first. Once the MP3 player and amp have their power connections, I ran wires from pins 7 and 8 of the Arduino to the MP3 player, pins from the MP3 player to the amp, and from the amp to a speaker. Chapter 9 has all the details on the wiring. Because the MP3 player has its own built-in amplifier, you can get by without a separate amplifier. The MP3 player can be wired up directly to the speaker by using different pins. But then there is no way to dial the volume up or down except through software. There is a micro SD card in the MP3 player, on which I placed an MP3 file of falling water I downloaded from the internet. Actually, it was part of a relaxation video, and I stripped out just the audio. No need for stereo, so I removed the second track using the free audio editing software from Audacity. I connected up a wall wart and barrier strip and plugged it in. Lights, sound, action will come next. I know somebody watching today has to have visited the magnificent HO layout in the Chicago Museum of Science and Industry. Did you see the falling tree back where they modeled the area around Seattle? I had to have a falling tree. This is the first project where I used motors. Arduinos can drive small stepper and servo motors directly without a separate motor shield. I used servos because they are absolute in positioning. They always know where 0 degrees is. Steppers are relative. I wanted the tree and the lumberjack to always know their starting position. Like the waterfall, this project is going to use audio, so like before, I wired in a buck converter, barrier strip, MP3 player, amplifier, and speaker. The motors for the lumberjack and the tree both require between 4.2 and 5 volts, as well as ground. And fortunately, we have that coming out of the buck converter. To control the lumberjack, I ran a wire from pin 2 of the expansion board to the control wire of the servo. The other two wires, red and black, are for power and ground controls the tree. I also wired in a display and push button to start the animation. The wiring for the display is. The mechanicals are the most difficult part of this project. How do we mount the tree to the motor and the motor to the layout? How do we connect the lumberjack to his motor and make him turn? There is just not enough time to go into these specifics today, but that's where the website can help. If you want to see the details, go to the heading for Project 4 Lumberjack and open the videos there. For now, know that I purchased the figure over the internet at modeltechstudios.com, but lots of options exist for this. I created simple mounting blocks out of lumber and attached them to the servo. The servo for the tree is mounted horizontally, and the servo for the figure is mounted vertically, and I glued them with Titebond 2 glue. I used epoxy and Teflon plumber's tape to attach the tree to the motor's arm. I made a platform and axle to hold the figure and took evergreen tubing to construct a transmission. Placing the lumberjack accurately is not as tough as it may seem once you know the trick. If I were to do this project again, I would visit my hobby shop and ask for advice on servos. The low-cost ones I bought were problematic. Originally, the metal-geared one I used to rotate the lumberjack was very noisy, so I replaced it with one using plastic gears. I really disliked the open slot for the tree, but the motor manufacturer did not offer a right angle horn that might be used to hold a door that would rotate out of the way when the tree began to fall. Better servos, like are used in radio-controlled cars and planes, might have better options for horns. Or perhaps I need to make some of my own using 3D printing. Finally, we have the carousel. The carousel is an old IHC kit which can still be found on eBay, or it uses a toggle switch instead of a push button, but the switch wiring is quite similar. It uses a single 12-volt Hankscraft motor to drive the carousel, but requires a second buck converter to drop the voltage to where the carousel is spinning at a safe speed. I added a wire from pin 16 of the MP3 player to pin 9 of the Arduino. Although not needed for earlier projects, this wire tells the Arduino when a song is finished. When a song completed, I used a relay controlled by the Arduino to stop the carousel's motor. I found carousel music on the web by searching for Sousa marches and downloading the MP3 files by right-clicking on their progress bar and saving them to the SD card. I found 14 of them that I liked. However many you choose, when you download the code, change line 23 to indicate the number of songs you place on the chip. The trick to this project is mounting the carousel and Hankscraft motor successfully, and again, the mechanicals can be found at the website. Without going into the details, I drilled a 1 3/4 inch hole in the layout. I made a mounting block out of lumber and drilled a 1 3/4 hole for the motor in it. I aligned the hole in the layout with the hole in the mounting block, clamped them, and drilled 4 holes for machine screws, aka bolts. The mounting block is separated from the layout bottom using spacers. After I clumsily broke off the plastic axle on the carousel, I used a 1/8 inch steel rod to replace it. I connected the new carousel axle and the Hankscraft motor with a coupler I found on Amazon, and secured it to the motor and carousel rod with the set screws on the coupler. Well, folks, that's about it for amazing Arduino animations for 2020. If you have any questions or find any areas where things could be improved, just drop me a line at acmans@charter.net. Don't forget, YouTube is an amazing source of tutorials on all things Arduino and model railroading. I hope you enjoyed the ride. Time for more questions.
You're live.
Well, that was a great clinic. Dave, we got a couple questions coming in, so why don't we jump into that and start answering those?
Let's try it.
Okay, so first question, what options do you have to start and stop the animations?
Well, you're probably talking about a switch at that point, which is not difficult to put in. Either a push button switch, like on the lumberjack there. Normally, when you walk up to the layout there, he's not running, and there's a sign on the display that says push button to start. Well, you push that, and then the animation starts. And when it gets to the end, it stops again and waits until somebody pushes the button again. The carousel at the end had a toggle switch, and as is the case with some of these things with sound, if you leave them on all the time, they kind of drive you nuts. So you throw the switch, and then the carousel starts and the music plays. And if you get tired of it, well, you turn the toggle off. And inside the loop, in both cases, there's a little bit of code that tests the pin, the input. And if you use a switch like that, you want to use input underscore pull up, not input underscore pull up. The beginning of the loop tests that pin to see if it should stop. That's how it's done. The other ones, they were freewheeling. So yeah, they ran all the time. They had power.
Cool. Can you use Arduinos for signaling systems like ABS or automatic position block signals?
Yes, I've seen that done quite a bit, but I didn't do that because other people have done it and have done it well. And I thought these animations which came out of my mind or were stolen from the Museum of Science and Industry up in Chicago, that lumberjack. I had to have that. So I let other people do that because they do it well.
As far as powering the Arduinos, would one wall wart power multiple Arduinos on some bus wires?
It certainly could. When I take a wall wart, in the beginning, I just found ones that were maybe 9 volts and ran at 500 milliamps. Well, remember the Arduino is limited to 200 milliamps. So one that provided 500 could power 2 of them. So that was pretty good. But now I've learned that 12 volt wall warts at 2 amps are about as cheap as any others. So I would wire them into a barrier strip. I love barrier strips. And then I could take wires off to other devices and power many of them. It's probably a matter of running wires rather than anything else.
Yeah. And the Arduino, you can solder to that, or, you mentioned using barrier strips. And the great thing about that is if you solder to it and or use the barrier strips and have to replace the Arduino or change the wiring, it's real easy to change it then.
Absolutely. And those expansion boards are just critical. And that's why I use the Nano. When I first built a speedometer, I did it with an Uno. And as I've mentioned, there is a bug in version 0.54. If you're running with cars at a certain speed, as the light between the couplers interacts, and I don't have that quite right. Well, since that's an Uno, I got to take that Uno out and undo all its wiring and take it back upstairs to my office where I am right now and make the change. Where if I had done it with the Nano back then, I just pop that chip and bring it upstairs and play with it here. And I probably would have had the thing debugged sooner had I done it with a Nano and not an Uno. I am not an Uno guy. I don't like them.
There's a few different models out there. Could you explain to us, what the different sizes are and why you might want to use one over the other?
Well, it seems like everybody likes the Uno. It's just ubiquitous, but it's about twice the size, maybe even a little bit more than the Nano. The Nano's about the size of a package of chewing gum, and the Uno a little bit bigger than the credit card, and the Mega, which is even bigger than that. But the difference, the Mega has about 2.5 times the number of pins as the Uno or the Nano. Uno and Nano are almost just about the same in capabilities, but I can buy the Nano and an expansion board for about 2/3 the price of an Uno, and I use clones. You can spend twice as much and get one that's branded Arduino, but I have not found them to be any problems, at least working with the LabFin Nanos that I've been using, and I love those expansion boards.
Cool. Are there any Arduino kits, available that you would recommend maybe buying for people starting out?
The answer to that is yes and no. Yes, there are kits that you can get, and they'll start you out with an Uno and give you a lot of things that you might use if you were learning about Arduinos in general. But if I was learning about Arduinos for model railroading, I'd buy 3 of the LabFins for $14. I'd buy 5 of the expansion boards for I think about $11, and I'd buy a wall wart, and I'd buy some LEDs. and learn how to blink the LED and get something working fast. There's so much that are in those kits that I've never used. I bought one when I started, but it's not where I really got my enjoyment. I got it from first blinking LEDs and then start doing sound. Sound is so much fun, but you do have to have a buck converter in there to take the voltage down. And I didn't mention that I've fried a couple of these suckers, the audio circuits, because they run at about 4.2, between 4.2 and 5 volts. And I dialed my buck converter down to 4.2 volts before I hooked up the audio. And then when I hooked up the audio, there was a power surge.
Hmm.
And I fried my MP3 player. So bottom line, turn the buck converter all the way down to 1.5 volts or something like that. Then wire in your audio components and then turn it back up to 4.2 volts. And you'll save a little bit of money because you won't fry the circuit.
Once you get that voltage set, can you just power the circuit on and off, or do you need to turn that up and down every time you turn that on?
No, you just turn it on and it's 4.2 volts.
Okay,
Very
good.
well behaved.
Good. On the barrier strips, do you have any troubles with the screws coming out over time, especially when they're mounted upside down?
I do not. I use the spade connectors. If you just twist some wire, tin some wire, twist it around clockwise, because that's the way it goes in, you probably won't have much trouble. But if you get a little lazy or try to put too many, I wouldn't go any more than 4 spade connectors. And I alternate them upside down, upside top, so you can get some good connections on them. So you just have to be pretty religious about your connection.
Putting it in some of the barrier strips that clamp down on the wire.
Yeah, I tin all my wires and then I solder the spade connectors on. I do not crimp them. Crimping for me just was not reliable. Even if I used a crimping tool, you'd be tempted to use a pair of pliers, but I solder them.
Okay, cool. And the other thing that's what I've seen with Arduinos is, you don't have to really necessarily need to learn code or type code to start with. You could just copy and paste what others have done just to get started with, right?
Yeah, let me just go back to and share my website just so that you we make sure about this. Here's the website. And if we go down as we scroll, excuse me if this video isn't keeping up.
I don't think we're seeing your screen share right now.
All right, let me go back to that and see if it works. Share screen. That's probably why. Okay, it's having some trouble with the browser.
Okay.
Go to the website and you'll see places where you can download the code. Hopefully you saw that in the first 15 minutes, how you can go to each one of the projects and even some of the chapters and learn how to do that. If you want to go to chapter 9, how to use audio, well, there's an MP3 file there of I've been working on the railroad. Download that song, but also download the Arduino code and just paste it into an empty sketch. When you do a file new in the interactive development environment, it puts a little beginner's sketch in there. Blow that away, highlight the whole thing and delete it, and then put the code that I was in there, and it will make things a lot easier because you don't have to write any code. Seeing somebody else's code and then copying it's a lot easier than reinventing the wheel. Do that with the simpler projects, particularly the one about LEDs, and you'll start to get the hang of it. Just remember that C is a case-sensitive language, and you got to put semicolons at the end of every line. That's the thing that bites me at least 60% of the time, hitting the shift key when I shouldn't and forgetting the semicolon.
Cool. Well, on the website too, you will have a handout for this that people can download too.
Yes. The website, if you haven't been to it, it has 13 chapters showing the very beginnings of how do you start with an Arduino, how do you download the IDE, what components do I use, Amazon's ASIN, the Amazon Serial Identification Number. So you can get the components and use what I did. Now, Amazon turns over their components quite a bit, so you may find it or you may not, depending on how soon you look for them. But there's sample code in there, so download it, see how it works, watch the videos. There's a handout at the very top about the main points that I covered in this, but the website probably has about 45 pages, pretty, I think, well written with a lot of illustrations and a lot of pictures of how I made this work. And I did give you my email address. So hopefully, if you find something, a good idea, what we ought to animate, let me know that too.
Cool. Well, I appreciate you being on, and that's going to put a wrap to this hour. And up next, we're going to have a pre-recorded episode with Martin Jenkins from Down Under and talking about the Raspberry Pi. So stick around.
And an hour after that, I'll have another clinic on how I build billboards for my model railroad.
Okie dokes. So Mission Control here is actually going to do a small little clinic now. We had a bit of a problem because all of a sudden we found out that when I launched a PowerPoint in the computer here, it actually overlaid over the top of our broadcasting software. So we could down to Brad, who's down in Lismore, which is about 2.5, 3 hours drive away from where I am. And he's going to drive the PowerPoint from his computer there. So this, yeah, I guess we'll get into it. So hit the slide for the first one, Brad. Okay, so this PowerPoint, this presentation I'd put together for the convention in Kansas City a couple of years ago. So it gives a bit of an explanation about where we're from. Most of the guys that you saw tonight from Australia are from Queensland, and Jerry is from New South Wales. So if you see the map there, he's just a little north of Sydney, and I'm just a little south of Brisbane. I'm about an hour away from Brisbane. So that's a little picture of Australia for all the people that don't know where we actually are. Okay, hit the next one. City, because they probably haven't seen beaches in a while. But yeah, it's a nice place to live. It's the holiday resort, basically, of Australia. A lot of overseas, a lot of Chinese, a lot of Korean visitors come here as well. So I guess you can hit the next slide. And I'm a member of the NMRA down under, as Duncan mentioned before. I actually used to be the Div 1 Super till Duncan took over. I was the Div Super, I think, for about 10 years, 10 and a half years. And great bunch of fellas. That's a club meeting that was held down in Sydney. So there's a few guys decided to have a bit of a photo out the front. But anyway, enough about me and where I'm from and what I do. Hit the next slide. I forgot to mention I model Victorian Railways. So you've seen a couple of other New South Wales trains lately on the last couple of presentations. Well, here's where you'll see the classy trains. They're Victorian Railways. I model the 1983 era. And in that era, we actually had the old blue and gold, which is that X-Class in that photo. They were phased out, and there was a tangerine and grey colour scheme that came in. And it's tangerine, it's not orange. So that's a little photo there of Spencer Street Station in round about 1983. So that's what I model. So we'll hit the next slide. And if you hit it again... Okay, so this clinic is not actually about a rustic old steam engineer in his quest to find the best baked goods around. It's actually, if you hit the next slide, and hit it again, and again, it's actually about creating a DCC system with a Pi Sprog Raspberry Pi 3 mini computer. So we've got a few things out there now like Engine Driver, which is an app that runs on your Android or smartphone or tablet. And we used to hook those up to computers and DCC systems, and we could have a wireless control system for our layout at a very minimal cost, because the software to run it was free, and generally you just get somebody's old used iPhone or Android phone, download the software in there. You didn't need a SIM card or anything in the phone or the phone to work, and you could use it as a wireless throttle on your layout. So if we click the button again, oh, that was the other board. So what happened is our friends at Sprog, so I've hit the button again and hit it again. So so in the beginning, I always, ever since I had a DCC system, I started off many years ago in the early 80s with a Solada system. And that came out of Italy, and it had 5 decoders, and you had 5 knobs on the controller. Each decoder was color-coded, and each dial or knob on the controller was color-coded. So if you turn the right control knob to the right, the red control knob to the right, the red loco would take off and run, the one that had the red decoder in it. So it was very primitive. I then got a lens system, and then after finding out what the price is to buy parts for a lens system, I got rid of it and I bought one of the very first Digitrax systems that were released. I've actually got one of the old UT1 throttles here from Digitrax, and it only has 4 functions and 2-digit addressing. So yeah, fairly old. But I always wanted to have a wireless system. Now, even now, you can buy DCC systems with wireless. NCE, Digitrax, all the major brands have wireless, but they're fairly expensive. Like in Australia, a Digitrax wireless throttle is going to cost you the best part of 400 to 450 Australian dollars. If we do the quick conversion into American dollars, that'll be probably about $53.67, because the way our dollar's gone at the moment, it's not good. And a lot of these manufacturer ones don't actually show the information that you can get out of a Y throttle. So if we hit the slide again and move on to the next one. So this system used JMRI using the mobile phones. What is JMRI? Well, I think everybody that's probably on here would know about JMRI, but we'll just have a quick rundown. It's a suite of programs that is built by model railway people, for model railway people, and it costs you nothing. It started off with a program called Dakota Pro. They then added Panel Pro, and since then they've had a plethora of other functions to the software. As you heard Duncan earlier on talking about his operating sessions, he actually uses the operations part of JMRI to generate his lists and his paperwork. Jerry, who was on earlier, is a prolific installer of sound decoders in locos for people in Australia. He's probably doing about 2 or 3 a day. He's flat out at it. He went into retirement, and I think he started a bigger business. He uses Dakota Pro extensively for setting up and tuning the locos. So it's a very, very, very powerful piece of software. We hit the button again. And as it says there, Dakota Pro was initially designed to do programming of the locos through Dakota Pro. And in JMRI is a section called Wi-Fi Throttle. And that allows you to use an app on a mobile device. And if you click the button, I think twice, it'll bring the text up. So Wi-Fi throttles is a method of controlling your trains via a mobile device, like a smartphone or a tablet PC in JMRI. If you hit the button again, and you ask what a smartphone, well, a smartphone is basically any touchscreen phone, apart from the Windows ones that were around a few years ago. So mainly iPhone or Android devices. But basically, if you've got a touch screen on your phone, it's most likely a smartphone. And then the tablet devices are things like iPads and iPods. To give you some example, on my layout at home, I don't have any control panels, but I have a number of old iPads and iPod and Samsung tablets that are set up through Y-Throttle to actually work as panels through the Panel Pro software. But that's another whole clinic on its own. So we'll hit the button again and move on to the next one. So in the old days, how did we have to, if we wanted to use Wi-Fi throttle, how did we do it? Well, first we needed a model railway that was connected to a DCC system of some shape or form. So there we got a picture of a layout and a DCC system. And if we hit the button, I think twice, we get a computer. And if we hit it again, connecting it all up together. So we needed an interface that connected our DCC system to the computer. And then we needed a wireless access device like the wireless router there, or as the English people will probably be saying, router. I don't know. To me, it's a router. So we need a wireless router as well. So if we hit the button again, I think it'll bring a picture of up or what. Hit it again. So a mobile device is connected to the wireless router as the PC. So the PC was connected wirelessly to the wireless router. So was the mobile device that's here. So if we hit the button again and again, and that gives us this little photo here. So to use this type of technology, we had to have a train so we could run them. And then we needed an interface unit, which is at the bottom left-hand corner of that image, showing the interface unit connecting the computer to the to the DCC system. And then on the right, we've got our wireless router, which allowed our wireless devices to connect to the computer. So it was a lot to do. Now, if we hit the button again, and again, and maybe again. Okay, so our club, I'm involved in a club here on the Gold Coast, and one of our major things is to attend as many shows and as many events as possible. As you could probably imagine, this year we've attended none because of the problems that have been plaguing the planet. Our club members we sat down and said, okay, well, what DCC system we're going to use on the exhibition layout that we were building. And some want, we've got people that are model European, they've got Uhlenbrock DCC, we've got others that have got Lens, we've got others that have got Digitrax, NCE. I think there might be one Easy DCC member in the club. So it was a bit of a fight to sort of what system we're going to use, but everybody had a mobile phone. So I said to them, well, look, you use this technology, it just requires someone to go there and set it up all the time until we can find out a way of maybe using this technology a lot easier. So if you hit the button again, so that's what we were aiming for in the end. We wanted a system where you could just plug the power into the layout, start the application on your mobile phone, connect to the layout and run trains. There had to be no setting up of a PC when we set the layout up, no setting up of JMRI, no setting up of a wireless router, no DCC system to set up either. All we wanted to do was go there, put power into the layout, pick up our phones and be able to run trains. So we hit the button again. So this brought us onto this technology. I started having a little look around and there was this thing called a Raspberry Pi microcomputer, or single board computers, SBCs, some people call them. And they were developed in the United Kingdom by the Raspberry Pi Foundation. And it was to promote the teaching of basic computer sciences to schools in developing countries where they can't afford to buy computer equipment. So they made this little device, and I think if you hit the button again, we might get a picture of it. There it is there. They made this little device, the Raspberry Pi 1. And it could run some basic functions. It had network capability. It had a HDMI output. It had a couple of USB ports, so you could connect up a keyboard and a mouse. And it ran an operating system called Linux, which for all the computer developers, and it's all free, so you can build your own applications to run in Linux and the likes, and it's a lot of people use it instead of using Windows or a Mac. So I got my first Ras Pi about 3 years ago when they first came out, and I had one of these Sprog 2 DCC units, and if we hit the button again, I think we'll see a picture of a Sprog 2, and that's what a Sprog 2 looked like. It had a USB plug at the bottom, so I could plug that into the laptop and then plug that into the track and run the layout. But it still required taking a laptop and a computer. We're gone a bit far there. If you right-click and hit previous, you might go back to the... There we go. So, yeah, it was still a bit hydraulic. There was still stuff that our club members would have to set up. Now, a couple of the guys in our club are in their 70s. They're not computer savvy. They want something very simple. So even this solution didn't really cut the mustard with us. But I must admit, the Sprog 2 is a brilliant device for your little programming track in your workshop to run. I do a clinic on the Sprog 2 and how I use it, but again, that's another clinic, and I'm not going to diversify or get drawn away. So hit the button again, and we'll move on to the next slide. How are we doing for time? Oh, we're plodding along there. Okay, hit the button again, and again. That'll do. Okay, so Sprog said, okay, we've got this device called a Raspberry Pi, which is a little microcomputer, and we make a programmer that connects you by USB to computers. So why don't we make a board that plugs in by the internal GPIO port, which we'll get into in a little later, and it turns the Raspberry Pi into a DCC system. So they brought out two boards, the Pi Sprog 1 and the Pi Sprog Nano. The Pi Sprog Nano was never really accepted and is probably, I don't think, available anymore. The Pi Sprog 1, I bought one of these about 3 years ago and took it to the Australian Narrow Gauge Convention. And next minute I had people want to know where they could buy them from, and no one in Australia sold them. So a couple of email messages here and there, and next minute I was buying Pi Sprog 1s and assembling them and loading them up with the software and sending them out. So there's probably about 320 of them, I think, now in Australia. So anyway, next slide. That's it, hold her there. Now, so we've been talking about the earlier Raspis. I started off with the Raspberry Pi 1. Well, they released a couple of new models as this technology was not only being used by model railroaders, but the maker community was using it quite extensively to run 3D printers and 3D CNC machines and the likes. The robot people were using it quite a bit for their onboard PC in robots. So Raspberry Pi Foundation released the Raspberry Pi Model B. Now the big difference between this guy and the previous ones is this one now has inbuilt Wi-Fi. So we can now load the Raspberry Pi up with JMRI, which has our free software in it that allows us to use a mobile phone to drive our trains, a complete computer, wireless network, and DCC system all in one pack. So if we hit the next button, we'll have a little look at how we put it all together. So we'll go over a Raspberry Pi first and just look at the ports and bits and pieces we have. So at the back, that big pin header is called the General Purpose Input-Output Port, or GPIO port, and that's what talks to the Sprog board. We've got a micro SD card reader, which sits down the bottom there, which contains all the program. There's no hard drive or anything like that in this device. The power connection is by our little 5-volt DC phone adapter that we can plug in. So a 2.5 amp 5-volt power supply will work quite well. On the other side there, we've got 4 USB ports. They are USB 2. We also have an Ethernet connection, so we can connect this up to your router of your home network and use it to surf the net. We also have an audio line output, so we can take the audio out, and we have a HDMI connection, so we can connect up a monitor. So using the USB ports and the HDMI there. So how do we put it together? So if we hit the next button, and the next button. Okay, so we just, go back. You jump the gun. So all we do is plug the Pi Sprog board into the GPIO header, and that's our DCC system and our PC all assembled and built. Couldn't be easier, could it? Anyhow, let's have a look at the next slide. Now you can move forward. So hit the next button. And the next one. So, software. No, go back. Go back again. So, the next thing to do is insert the micro SD card into the reader, and you're ready to power it up. Start loading the program. And everyone screams, software, configuring software. If you hit the button on the PowerPoint, and again, okay. So if you buy a board or a complete system from Sprog in the UK or Sprog in the USA or off myself, you can also buy a pre-configured SD card, which will have you up and running within 2 seconds. It already has JMRI loaded. It already has the Linux operating system loaded. It already has a remote control piece of, and yeah. So you can either set it up yourself or you can buy it already configured. So that way, no software to configure at all. Hit the button again. You just insert the SD card, power up the Raspberry Pi, connect it to your mobile device, and you're done. Start Engine Driver and start enjoying running trains. So if we hit the button again. So now we put the thing together. It looked a bit odd, just two circuit boards stacked on top of each other. So we thought, okay, what am I going to do with the case? So I thought we're going to have to do something here. So if you hit the button again and again. Okay, so I've got a 3D printer at home, and I bought that thinking that I was going to sit down and learn how to run CAD software and draw up all these miracle models and start assembling them. And like probably about 80% of the people who buy 3D printers, it's sitting in the back room there with about an inch of dust over it. And basically all I do is I go to places like Thingiverse and find projects I like and then just print them. So I had a little look around. There was plenty of cases for Raspberry Pis, but the problem was getting the board on the top. So the standard cases didn't fit. So I found this guy on Thingiverse and printed it out, and it seemed to work well. Then people wanted me to make them for them, and it took me about 3 days to print each one of these cases out. So if you hit the button again, I found an acrylic case that's been CNC machined online, and I started buying those cases. So that's what the Raspberry Pi looks like in its form. So those then we've mounted into different layouts in our club. No, you can stay there, that's fine. I've mounted those into layouts in our club. Our modular layout's got one built in. So we go to shows now. There's one power socket on the layout once we've clipped all the modules together. You plug that in, go get a cup of coffee, come back, get your mobile phone out. All the members' phones are pre-configured to automatically access the Raspberry Pi, and bang, they're off and running trains. And we've used that system now at the shows that we attend for probably the last 2.5, 3 years. And we had a couple of problems at one stage, but we've got those licked, I think, now. Now, there's a bunch of links on the page. So if you want to buy the stuff yourself and you want to set it up yourself, because, again, this is all meant to be DIY DCC. There are all the links you will need to buy the bits and pieces or download the various apps that we'd need. And if you're in the UK, you can buy the Sprog board and the pre-formatted SD card from Sprog DCC. Say g'day to Andrew if you do, and tell him you found it from this convention. And if you're in the USA and you want to buy one, you can buy them from the BBM group. Anybody else anywhere in the world, you can also buy them off me. So yeah, we'll hit the next slide. Oh, okay, in the press, YouTube model builders have a series of magazines that I believe you can still get access to. And 2 years ago, in the June issue, there was a whole magazine on microelectronics for your model railway. So there's an article in there on the Sprog, on how you can build the Sprog. So if you're after those links and the likes, you can always get those there. Or you can get a copy of this PowerPoint. We might have that available somewhere soon. It might pop up on the AML clinics page maybe. We'll see what happens. We'll see if we can talk the evil overlord into placing it upon there. Okay, next button and the next button on top. So here's my old mate Freud, and he's asking, is there any questions? So are you going to read the chat, Brad, or?
Yeah, I'll have a look. No, oh yeah, there is. Can you run more than one Sprog Pi on the layout? And can you change the wireless IP address for the Pi?
Well, you wouldn't need to run more than one Sprog Pi. If you needed more power, the Sprog Pi will give you 2.5 amps. If you needed more power, you can attach them to any kind of booster. So if you had an old NCE booster sitting out the back, you could use that, and then you could make your Pi Sprog system a 5 amp or whatever that system is, and then you can also daisy chain the boosters. So you could take the output out of the Pi Sprog and then daisy chain it to the boosters.
Okay. Is the Pi Sprog a direct replacement for a conventional DCC system, say such as Lens or Digitrax?
I would not use. My layout at home is run by a Digitrax system. As I said, I've been involved. I've had Digitrax since the late 80s, and as Duncan said before, you make an investment in those systems, and you kind of stay with them. Where I see the Sprog Pi systems coming into their own is people doing exhibitions or clinics. Jerry Hopkins, who was on before, has bought one, and he uses it now for his clinics. So all he takes is his laptop that he can connect wirelessly to the Sprog, and his piece of test track, and he's off and racing. So the other use for him is like we do in our club. We have a number of exhibition layouts, so we have Pi Sprogs built into each exhibition layout. That means when we go to a show, we just plug the layout in and off it goes.
Glenn's asked, does the Pi Sprog have the ability to connect a NCE Q snap into the system?
The Q snap, I believe, is the snap switch controller, which runs on the rail bus. So yes, the Pi Sprog could power one of those.
Okay. Let me just scroll through. The next question, the Pi runs on 5 volts, but the track runs on 12 to 16 volts. Does this mean that there's 2 power supplies needed?
That's correct. You have a 5-volt power supply to run the Raspberry Pi board itself, and then on the terminal block on the Sprog board, you have a 12-volt, 2.5 amp DC input, and then you have 2 pins that then go out to your track supply.
Roberts asked, can you use this for programming track setup?
You certainly can. I've sold a few of these where people have had their layouts either under the house or in a shed out the back, and then they've had a little workshop in the house, and they've bought a Raspberry Pi Sprog and just set that up on their little bit of test track on their workshop, and then just plugged in a keyboard, mouse, and a HDMI monitor, and they've had a fully functioning JMRI system that they can program their locos, they can program their decoders, they can save their roster entries in there and archive them.
Okay. Can you just explain the 3 different ways that this system can be used? So you've touched briefly on the headless system that your club used for display layouts. Can you just run us through the other 2 options that the Pi offer?
Okay, well, with the Raspberry Pi, it has in the preload, in the SD cards that we sell and the manufacturer sells, it has a copy of a program called VNC. So when you actually power your Pi up, the VNC will automatically wirelessly be looking for any computers that have got that VNC software running on it. Once it does, you can then connect your laptop computer to the Raspberry Pi through VNC Viewer, and you can see the desktop of the Raspberry Pi on the VNC Viewer. If you wanted to, we could risk life and limb and see whether we can actually... I've got a Raspberry Pi powered up here, and I'll show you how that system works. And of course, the other way is having a keyboard mouse plugged in, so you can directly control it, and then the other way is running it headless, as we said before. So let's see if I can get VNC to work. So
Just while you're attempting that, there's a couple in the chat of asking what sort of dollars here in Australia that they're worth. I'm guessing the best way is to shoot you an email.
yep, yeah, send us an email. They're round about it depends on what the dollar is at the time when I get the boards, but they're round about the 250 mark, 270 with a power supply, and that's in South Pacific dollars. So again, it'll probably be about $43.67 in US dollars.
Yeah, look,
Okay.
these are a good system. Like, just while you're getting that loaded, I actually run one personally on my own layout, and I log in via VCN, and yeah, I really can't fault it. I've pretty much done away with my lens system for the same issues or reasoning that you mentioned, is the cost of parts and probably the lack of modernisation that lens had in the last 5 years. So yeah, definitely a good alternative to some of the other mainstream DC systems that are out there.
Okay, so if I maximize that, there we go. So that is the desktop of the Raspberry Pi. So we're now connected wirelessly to one of the devices I got on the other side of the room that's actually powered up, and we've just connected straight in here. So you can see there's JMRI already running. And it's already set up to start up the Wi-Fi throttle. So now all we have to do is start a mobile phone, connect it, and it would appear in here and we can start driving trains. But as you see, it is a full version of Dakota of JMRI. So we can go to the roster. There shouldn't be anything. Oh, there is stuff in here. Look at that. That's a bonus. And we can maximize it. So there's all the roster in there of all these high quality Victorian Railway stuff, V-Line. I don't know why there's an Amtrak there. That must be a spelling mistake. But anyway, so there's the JMRI roster where you can set up a new loco and all the rest of it, just as you would do on any other computer running JMRI. You can run Panel Pro as well. So if we wanted to, we could open up panels. Let me see, being as the roster's there, let me see if this panel will actually open. Here we go. Now I'm going to crash the system completely. Okay, so it was a demo board I was working on, but there's the panel. Now, if this was actually connected to a system, I could control the points just by clicking the elements here. Or if I output this via the web server to a tablet, you could just touch the elements in the drawing and the points would change. So yeah, you could use this device to set up JMRI. You could write panels in this inside, save them, put them on a USB stick, and then bring them out to your layout in the shed, and then apply them to your JMRI in the layout of the shed. So let me see if I can close this without crashing everything. Okay. But as you can see by the desktop of the Raspberry Pi, it's very much like using a Windows machine. Control, paste, cut, copy, they all work the same in here as it does in Windows. It is Linux software, so it is not Windows, but if you can run a Windows computer or an Apple computer, you can run a Linux computer. It's just learning a little bit different terminology. Okay. So any more questions there?
I think that's pretty much all for the Pi itself. There is a couple more. Now, this is a plug. This is a bit of my question. This is a plug and play system, so there's no soldering, 1L, 2Ls, any of that?
No, definitely no soldering.
Perfect.
Yep.
The only other question out of the chat, our good mate Rod over in Western Australia asked, and he wondered what the temperature was like over at your place, Martin.
Oh, the temperature today. Well, at the moment, being as it's now 2 minutes to 9, it's still a little bit tepid outside. I still have the air conditioner running in the shed at the moment. So, but then again, I do come from South Wales in the UK, so anything above about 10 degrees is hot for me.
Perfect. I think that's about all the questions that I can see here. So if you've got anything else to add, I think we might wrap this one up.
Not a problem. I'll now duck out of this, take this cap off, and I think we've got our next presenter waiting to get in the room. So we'll go for a little intermission break. So everybody fill your cup of coffee up, go get more popcorn, and we'll see you in a little while.
Hey everyone, so that was a really good clinic by Martin. It was a previously run clinic, so a few different questions there, just quickly ones that I'm seeing. But about can you use the Pi in conjunction with an existing system? It would depend on the system, but if you're wanting to use it with your existing pre-wired throttles, probably not because it's a Wi-Fi based system. But if you were wanting to use, if you had the interface to, for example, to NCE, through a USB interface, you can plug that into your Pi. So yes, you can. Now, that's not why we've come back to talk to y'all. We were having an interesting conversation whilst we were watching Martin's video in the NMRAX studio, and we thought we'd bring it live to you. And the topic of conversation is helices. And as Speed is in the helix, we thought we'd talk about helixes. But Speed's going to lead this conversation because he wanted to bring it to you live.
I thought we were going to start with the small ones first.
Oh, my helix.
No, Brad.
Brad's
has a-
helix.
Brad's helix. Well,
Let's see Brad's helix.
Well, my helix is in pieces at the moment. I'm in the construction stage still.
Show us.
We
don't believe
show
you.
us yours, and we'll show you ours.
Brad inside the helix.
So, Brad,
Yes.
what do you have there? What do you have there?
Okay, so these are a couple of CNC segments. These are going to make the baseboard of my layout. Now, my baseboard's all got 1/2-inch ply, and these here are actually 2 pieces of 1/4 inch, which will end up being laminated together like a brickwork scenario, and threaded rod are going to be my risers.
One of those things that held my layout up for continuation for almost 2 years, because I was literally looking for a 9x5 sheet. So I can have a sheet of plywood and cut a long oval hole in it and trim the corners off and then lift the one end up and then put 6 of them on top of each other. And it was only until late Mr. Joe Barnard showed up here and say, "Hey, buddy, Lowe's doesn't make a 9x5. How about we go test an 8x4 or 4x8? So today, as you can see, I'm sitting inside a 4x8 times 6 and cut and split and joined at the ends. And it's actually put in place so I can actually spiral it up if I just remove the inside braces here that I had to put in for the backdrop at the top. So this piece of wood, and there's a bigger one here, is keeping the backdrop up here in place. But once I take this off and I unscrew the end of the helix where the next town goes into the straight part, then I can put risers in and I can uncorkscrew this whole thing so I could get my hands in there to fix some track. And you would say track just went like this, and when the cars come in, so the spacing is set by these little wooden blocks that I perfectly cut the same height, right, or width, so that the rise is continuous and going up all the way. On the bottom side, it sits on top of the benchwork, and as long as you keep that level, then your whole helix bottom will also be level. So I think the grade is 1.9%. I have an inside loop and an outside loop. So we go up on the outside because the distance is a little further, so you have a less of a incline, and we come down on the inside since it's a little steeper coming down. So that's how this was designed. The intention here was, since there are no tunnels in Namibia, that when you stand on the outside, you should not be able to see a tunnel either. So when you go into the helix at the bottom, it's all behind the scenes in the furthest corner of the room, so you can't see the entrance to the helix. And when you look at where it comes out at the top, it's a long run all the way to the back corner before you disappear underneath the second or underneath the first deck. So you can't see the tunnel there either. So that's my helix. Nice and roomy. I deliberately wanted the 9x5, so dispatcher could sit here with 2 computer monitors and control the railroad from inside. Plus, you're within hearing distance from anybody, so they could literally yell at you if you did not listen. And eventually, we use maybe a radio or some form of communication to ask the dispatcher permission to go to the next place. Table, chair, all the special throttles, those special ones with the special buttons, they're also hidden in here so that the special people don't do the special things out there. They just have a little knob and maybe a few buttons. Command station is here. The computer sits here with JMRI. So that's how this realized.
We'll let you off. You don't need to show us your little knobs.
Thank you.
I guess it's my turn. Show you where I'm at with my helix, which is now installed onto my layout. This is Helix 1. So I'm going to share hopefully the right application window. Which one to share?
Come on, we practice this with every guy.
Yeah. So I guess this turns into technology. So yeah, loads of people make helixes themselves and cut with perfectly cuts things out with jigsaw saw or some people I've seen do it with a handsaw or a bandsaw. Good luck to you, because God, you can't draw a straight line, never mind cut one. So I go down the CNC route, which is the same as Brad, but I don't have access to a CNC machine like Brad does. So this was done in Germany. We'll show you the website in a wee sec. So there is a 3.5 turn helix flat pack, not from Sweden, from Germany. It's all laser ply, it's 6mm ply, threaded bar. The little box on the left is what contains all the nuts, bolts, and washers. Nothing on this is screwed together other than the helix being screwed into the baseboard at the bottom. The helix actually extends, as you can see there, that radius of track is 11-inch radius, and it goes off the end of the baseboard at the back. The helix actually is supported on outriggers that were fitted this afternoon to support the base of the helix, and you don't need to have a wooden base under the whole thing as long as, as Speed said, the whole thing is level. If I can find, oops. So that was the helix first deck just going in. Important to set the first deck on any helix, because then from that point onwards you're just going up by a certain number of millimeters, or if you're in the US, some kind of fractional inch, I suppose, up each deck. In this one, we're going up 60 mil every turn, which means now every one of these is 60 mil higher than the bottom of that there, the bottom nut, 60 mil up, new nut, and it's easy at that point. This is quite a steep helix, because my layout, you could probably call it a switching layout, this part of the layout, and there's the trains into here have got 3 Jeeps on them and only 12 pieces of rolling stock. You can get away with this helix. It's actually a 3.5% helix with an 11-inch radius curve, so any particularly heavy cars that don't meet the NMRA standard, the train ain't going up there with 12 pieces of rolling stock. So if we can change the picture, that's it from the other way. So I'll stop sharing that. I'll share the site. Hopefully we will pick the right one, because it's not telling me. Nope, that's the wrong one. We'll try this again. Right now I've got to remember which Chrome tab it was I shared. Try again. Wrong one. Again. It goes so well. Goes so well. There we go, third time lucky. So this is a German website. They do helices for helix in multiple gauges and multiple scales. N scale TT, which is 3mm, and HO. They'll make you anything you want. You can do single track or double track. And they do them for code 55. If we go to single track helix, you can see that just like this translate, Christina is probably going, I can understand what this means. You can get more levels, and they'll do this in different radius or radii. Now, radius 1, radius 2, this is based on set track radiuses of different manufacturers. So we would probably better go into the Atlas one. So you can do one like that. If you want one that's tight, my helix is particularly tight. 11-inch radius is particularly tight, but as I'm using Kato Unitrack, it's fine. And because the whole thing's one shape, unlike Speed's helix, mine actually goes like a corkscrew and actually puts super elevation on because it's so tight. But again, single track, double track for code 55. These ones are a little bit bigger radius. and here you can actually get one smaller. So you can get 10, 11, 12 and a half, 13.75 radius. What I'll be doing for my other helices is I want a 16.5 inch radius on my other helixes in my layout, the other 4. And so I'll actually be ordering a larger gauge helix in TT, which is 16.5. But the basic build principle is all the same. It's all nuts and bolts and easy to put together. And the helix that you saw there, I put that together on Wednesday evening my time when I was doing NMRAX hosting, and took about 2 hours. So,
Corey, can I quickly share a few photos?
Quickly what?
Can I quickly share a few photos?
Yeah. Yeah.
Can you show that to the people?
Yeah, just let me get out of everything. Yeah, that's big. Everyone can see this.
Okay, so I'm sitting inside there, and that was the first layer, and the second one, and the third one. Notice the body here on the left. This camera took pictures all by itself every time. I think it was every 2 weeks, and I never realized that one of the kids fell asleep here. I think it's 8 years now ago. Next layer. If I have long pants on, it means I just came from work. Here's the top layer. We made that a little bigger so you can support the towns up, and then it connects to the far left there in the back. And there's some track on it. Of course, you had to put the track in as you go up every layer. And this was fairly recently. There's the hidden tunnel, so to speak, at the bottom. There's the same thing at the top. The gaps are not filled in here yet. And back to the outside. And now we're building up a mountain here. And these tunnels will be blocked off as not in use forever whenever there's an open house or operating session. And that's what the top of the helix look like here above my head. Didn't remember that.
Well, the cool thing, Speed, about because I'm using Kato Unitrack because at the moment with the pandemic, it's the only track available.
Mm-hmm.
It all slots together as sectional track. So I actually put mine in like a corkscrew and just rolled it down the helix, and out the bottom it came.
Sweet.
It's great. But yeah, I definitely recommend putting in some of the straighter sections. You've got a lot less of a grade than me. So what kind of, in a 1.9% helix, what are we looking like in terms of motive power and rolling stock ratios?
So I can, if I take two Jeeps like you call them, I can pull about 17 cars without noticing that there's problems. So,
cool.
Which is nice.
Yeah. So for every 1% of grade you add, you're dropping off cars. It's a pretty strong ratio there. Because I think I can do 9, so it's like dropping 25% each time. Okay, cool. Well, stop sharing, and we will be right back. That was a great little impromptu chat. Why block the tunnels? Because there's no tunnels in Namibia. That's why, Andy. No tunnels in Namibia. Okay, we'll be right back with the next clinic in just a wee while.
Hi there, I'm Speed at the bottom of the helix. Our next clinician, which you might have heard about 2 hours ago, since this is a new one, we'll introduce him again. He is a member of the Gateway Division of the NMRA out of St. Louis, Missouri. He has an HO DCC freelance layout in his basement, a retired computer scientist in the areas of computer graphics and computer-based training. He also has a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering, as well as a master's degree in computer science, married 47 years, father of twins, and grandfather of 4. We welcome back to us here at NMRAX, Mr. Dave Ackman.
Thank you, Speed. Glad to have the opportunity to do another clinic with NMRAX today. This clinic, we're going to be talking about how I made billboards, why I made them, how I found the artwork, made the decals, made support structures, and the tools that I found useful in making billboards. So we're going to be, in just a little bit, running a 41-minute video, because I make fewer mistakes when I do these things in advance than when I do them in real time. And then we'll get together again for questions and answers about how I made billboards for my HO, Baden, Vogt, and DeSmet. So if we could we roll the video?
Hello, I am Dave Ackman, and I want to welcome you to this series of videos on the creation of billboards and posters for model railroads. My railroad is the Baden, Vogt, and DeSmet, the names of the elementary schools I attended back in the 1950s. Like many railroads, I have a small carnival, but one day I decided the circus should come to town. I wanted circus billboards. I went looking for them on the web, but found nothing that met my needs. But I did find many circus images, just not billboards, so I decided to make them myself. One thing led to another, and I created over 100 billboards for various products and industries that I remember while growing up. Now my goal is to share with you the techniques I have uncovered to create unique billboards which complement the industries on your layout and the products they produce. To meet this goal, I will demonstrate how to search for, organize, and save vintage billboards and poster images, how to size and print decals for billboards you have saved, how to build supporting structures to display your decals, and how to build fixtures to help build the structures. In order to complete your billboards, you will need access to several items: a personal computer running Microsoft Windows and a high-speed internet connection, an inkjet printer. I use a Canon MG2520 available for about $75. Decal paper. I use white water slide decal transfer paper at about $18 per 20 sheets. A styrene Chopper 3 from Northwest Short Lines, about $42, or its equivalent. Digital or dial calipers, a height gauge like a Wixie WR200 or equivalent, brass set-up gauge blocks, a ruler in HO scale, and various pieces of evergreen styrene. A plank of 48-inch, 3/4-inch ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene. Pieces of brass rod, MDF, corian, or other dimensionally stable material. And 3x5 index cards. Throughout these tutorials, we will provide dimensions for creating billboards for images between 8 and 16 feet tall in HO scale. However, the techniques are applicable to larger and smaller scales. First, I decided to visit the Walthers website and search for ready-made billboards, and I found over 70 options in HO. But of these, over 50 were from Tishy, and I felt they were rather plain, and none featured a circus. Walthers themselves offered some pre-made support structures that matched the artwork appearing in their annual catalog, and although I did like them, there was little variety in the artwork, and there was no way to have billboards at any dimension other than the one they offered. I then searched YouTube and found one good site that showed how to construct custom billboards from styrene, and I liked his approach. You can find it yourself if you search for Luke Towan billboard. But finally, I decided that if I was to get my circus billboards, I would have to build them from scratch. But where could I find the circus billboard artwork that I remembered? As a retired computer scientist, I decided to do a search on the internet. I typically use Firefox as a browser and Yahoo for searches. I did a search on Vintage Images Circus, and I hit the mother lode. At the very top was a link to a site featuring circus images, so I clicked on it. I scrolled to the top and saw the first of many images, one of which was enlarged. The enlarged image was not particularly useful to me, but then I started paging downward. Quickly I found an image that met my needs. I decided to save the image to my hard drive. I right-clicked on the image and a menu popped up. One of the options was to save image as. I clicked on this option and a file save window opened. I decided to create a folder for all my future circus images, so I clicked on the New Folder button in the upper left, navigated to a place I liked, named the folder Circus, then double-clicked on it to open it. I then gave the image a name and clicked on Save. This completed the capture of the image on my hard drive to use as I desired. I continued scrolling down until I reached the end of the page, where a Show More Images button appeared. I clicked on it and more images appeared. When I found something new I liked, I right-clicked on it and saved it. This continued until I had enough. I ended up with 35 images suitable for billboards or posters. I was very pleased. But this was just the beginning. I realized that I could combine vintage images with any broad topic for which I wanted a billboard. Cars, soft drinks, groceries, tobacco, anything that stirred my mind could be memorialized into a billboard. I subsequently searched vintage billboard instead of vintage images and found even more. The fun never ends. Before saving an image, I always take a look at the size of the image at the right side. I ask myself, how tall will the intended billboard be? If the image has less than 100 pixels of vertical size for each inch of intended height, then it might not have enough resolution to avoid a choppy or pixelated image, and I should consider a different one to avoid disappointment. In other words, if an image has less than 200 pixels of height, it may be considered for a short wall poster, but not a billboard. I did discover that some of the images were copyrighted, but I believe that if used on my personal railroad for educational purposes, then the fair use doctrine of copyright law allows me to use them. Also, as the use is very limited, I believe the de minimis doctrine, in which the law does not concern itself with trifles, applies. I certainly would not sell any images I captured, but I believe that I am free to use them on my model train layout. If you have further concern, of course, consult your own counsel. Other images have watermarks imposed on them to protect them from unpaid use, and I tend to avoid them. Here you can see watermarks on a circus image and what it can look like if you have the skills to edit a photo. It's a lot of work. Some other thoughts. You know I encourage the use of folders to hold similar images. If you would like some free software to print all the images in a folder, complete with their file names, I would recommend Image Viewer from http://www.faststone.org. It has a nice way of putting multiple images on a single page in a thumbnail format and is quite useful. Also, while I used Firefox and Yahoo, Other browsers and search engines will also work. I tested Microsoft Edge and the Google search engine, and they worked as well. Your choice. Now that we have captured images, how do we turn them into decals or printouts for our billboards? That is the subject of our next video, making decals. Making decals is easy if you have a good inkjet printer. All you need is special decal paper and some software to scale the images. First, the paper. Decal paper is available at some hobby shops and online. I prefer to buy my decal paper from Amazon, as it is less expensive, less than $1 per A4 size sheet, and is delivered directly to my door. Search Amazon for Water Slide Decal Transfer Paper White, and it should pop right up. I like the brand from Rollurius. Their sample image is the one with the purple background. Rollurius also makes a clear decal transfer paper, but get the one with the white background. That's why we put white in our search bar. Clear transfer paper might be our choice for numbering rolling stock, but not for posters and billboards. If you have PowerPoint on your PC, you can use it to import, size, and print your images. If not, consider downloading LibreOffice at www.libreoffice.org. LibreOffice includes a useful presentation program similar to PowerPoint. Click the download button to download the software and save the MSI file. Then double-click on the downloaded file and follow the installation instructions. Whether you use PowerPoint or LibreOffice, the tasks we need to make the images printer-ready are the same: importing and sizing. I will show how to use both tools. But before we start with the software, allow me to make an observation. In my research, I discovered that there are no industry-wide standards for the size of billboards, although they tended to be between 8 and 14 feet tall. We can make them as tall, short, or wide as we want. But unless we standardize for our railroad, we will spend a lot of time cutting and sizing customized parts. Therefore, I decided that for my railroad, I would limit my billboards to 8, 10, 12, 14, or 16 feet tall. I also decided to always maintain the image's aspect ratio, the ratio of the height to the width that I found in the original images I downloaded. That is to say, if the original artwork's height was 200 pixels and the width was 600 pixels, an aspect ratio of 1:3, and I decided to make a sign that was 8 scale feet tall, that would mean that the width would have to be 24 scale feet. No scaling in just one dimension would be allowed. And since 8 scale feet translates into 96 inches, and the scale of HO is 87.1 to 1, that means that the actual height of an 8 by 24 foot sign must be 1.10 inches and the width 3.30 inches. Similarly, the height of 10 foot, 12, 14, and 16 foot signs must be 1.38 inches, 1.65, 1.93, and 2.20 inches. That's just for the artwork. All my signs also have a 10 scale inch frame on each side, so the actual size of the styrene sheet on which the artwork is mounted will be 0.28 inches wider and taller than the artwork itself. After adding in the frame size, the height of any 8 by 24 foot sign would be 1.38 inches and the width would be 3.30 inches, plus 0.28 inches, or 3.58 inches in total when including the frame. All these numbers are contained in a spreadsheet available at the website of the Gateway Division of the National Model Railroad Association. I strongly suggest that you pick a set of sizes for your billboards and not create custom sizes for each sign. Now, on to importing and scaling with PowerPoint. Our goal is to download and size about a dozen images on a single page. We do so because decal paper is not inexpensive, so we might as well get as much out of a sheet as we can. To import our accumulated images, we open a new blank presentation, then click on the border around the Click to Add title box, and then click on the keyboard's Delete key to remove it. Similarly, we click on the Click to Add Subtitle box's border and then hit the Delete key to remove it. Now, to import an image, we click on the Insert tab and then on the picture icon. A menu window opens and we scroll to select the folder where we placed our images. We then select an image of interest and then the Insert button. The image will appear within PowerPoint. To resize the image, we right-click on the image and then select Size and Position. Next, we make sure that the Lock Aspect Ratio box is checked. We enter in the desired height. I hope that you do remember that an 8-foot tall billboard translates into 1.10 scale inches, and so forth. And then click on the Close button. We repeat this process to add more images until our page is full. If you do not have PowerPoint, LibreOffice, as described earlier, can do the same task for free. Start LibreOffice and click on the Impress Presentation button on the left. The Select a Template window will open, and since we do not want a template, we cancel the window. Now, on the right side, in the Properties column, please make sure that the slide format is A4, which is the size of the decal film, and select the first available layout, the blank one in the upper left of the available layouts. To insert our images, we click on the Insert menu item and then on Image. Just like in PowerPoint, a menu window opens and we scroll to select the folder where we placed our images. We then select an image of interest and then click on the Open button, a slight difference from PowerPoint where this button is labeled Insert. Now, right-click on the image and select Position and Size. We make sure that the Keep Ratio box is checked, enter in the desired height, and then the OK button. We repeat this process to add more images until our page is full. Printing the decal is easy. Just place your decal paper properly in your printer and do a File, Print. When the page completes printing, be careful to avoid touching the printed area and allow the ink to dry overnight. Not 1 hour, not 2 hours, not 4 hours, overnight. Once the page is dry, remember that inkjet printers use water-soluble ink, and if we tried to use the decals without water protection, we would not be pleased. To correct the issue, go to your automotive paint store and buy a rattle can of clear spray lacquer and coat the image. My decal paper says to coat the images within 24 hours of printing, but be sure to read and follow the manufacturer's directions, both for the decal paper and the lacquer. I generally give the decals a second coat of lacquer and allow 24 hours for final drying. If you feel uncomfortable making decals, It is perfectly acceptable to print on cardstock paper, which is about as thick as an index card, and apply the card to the support structure with rubber cement. It may not be as bright or glossy, but it can work. Now that we have our images ready to apply, how do we build the structures to turn them into billboards? That is the subject of our next video, building structures. Making the support structure for billboards involves building 3 assemblies: the face and frame, the legs, and the boardwalk. Making the decals was pretty easy, but this part is a bit harder, so be patient. Let's start with the face and frame. To make a face frame, cut out the decal you wish to use. Also, cut 2 pieces of evergreen 8210 about 4 inches long. Lay the decal on a cutting surface with the 2 pieces of 8210 on the top. This is the height of the face frame you need to hold both the decal and the frame. Lay a straight edge on the top and scribe a straight line, or half a dozen lines, across a piece of evergreen 9040 and snap it off. Similarly, place the 2 pieces of evergreen 8210 on the side of the decal. This marks the length of evergreen 9040 needed to contain the decal and the frame. 20, which are progressively thinner and less expensive, but I appreciate the additional heft and am willing to pay the price. Your decision. 8210 strips to cut out our parts. Since we just cut the face, I recommend that we place the top of the face frame in the chopper and bring up a stop to set the size of the cut. I cut pieces of brass to serve as stops for right angle cuts, as they are smaller than the triangular stops from Northwest Shortline and easier to use. Cut 2 pieces to become the top and bottom of the frame, and 3 more to be used eventually for the boardwalk. While you are at it, cut 4 pieces of evergreen 8206 for eventual use as back stiffeners. Similarly, rotate the face and cut 2 pieces of 8210 to frame the left and right sides. Set aside 3 pieces of 8210 and all 4 pieces of 8206. Now, miter the remaining 4 pieces of 8210 at 45 degrees, being careful not to snip off too much of the length. Glue the left frame piece to the face, then the top and bottom, and finally the right frame piece. Test fit the decal into the frame and trim if needed. I usually use Plastruct plastic weld or Plastruct Bondene glue, but other fast-drying, brush-applied glues will work. Plastic weld has a bit more working time and totally cures in 24 hours, and Bondene sets up faster and cures faster. You don't need to be ultra careful with the gluing, as painting will cover a lot of sins. Now, flip the face frame assembly face down, and let's glue some stiffeners to the back for visual interest. In the previous step, we cut 4 pieces of evergreen 8206, but something larger or smaller could be substituted. I space them evenly, parallel to the long side of the frame. Now let's go to the boardwalk. Earlier we cut 3 pieces of evergreen 8210 for this purpose. I use a small fixture to line the 3 pieces parallel, apply some masking tape over all 3 of them, and then use the tape to remove the strips from the fixture. About every inch or so, I glue some evergreen 8104 crosswise to brace the main pieces. I then remove the tape and allow the assembly to dry. Once dry, I nip off any excess length of the cross braces. Finally, we need to create several supports to hold the frame and boardwalk. Our supports will have 4 parts: a vertical leg, a slanted leg, a cross member, and a diagonal support, all constructed from evergreen 164. Here you may want to diverge from my suggestions. Evergreen 164 is approximately 8 by 8 inches in HO scale, and you may feel that such a piece is a bit larger than prototypical. The billboard frames from Walthers are indeed a bit thinner. But for my eye and fat fingers, 164 is more pleasing and easier to work with. Again, your decision. If you end up wanting to make a lot of signs, you may want to order Evergreen 164 in bulk as part number 6164 directly from the manufacturer at http://evergreenscalemodels.com. They're good folks. To assemble the supports, I created UHMW for short. UHMW is a very slippery plastic and little sticks to it well, thus making it ideal for an assembly fixture since our glue or glued parts won't stick easily. Yes, you could make an assembly fixture from some other material, but UHMW is ideal, easily obtainable, and well worth it. I will describe how to make this fixture in the final part of this tutorial, but for now, note that I will be using one fixture to glue the vertical and slanted legs at a 30-degree angle, and will then glue the legs to the cross members at a 90-degree angle to the vertical leg, rendering it a horizontal support for the boardwalk. Finally, I will glue the diagonal supports at 60 degrees. Why 30 and 60 degrees? Because I can cut these angles easily on the chopper and they look good. Walthers uses these angles for their billboards, so if it is good enough for them, it is good enough for me. So now it is time to cut the legs. But how long? This depends on the height of your face frame and how tall you wish the billboard to be above the ground. In an earlier tutorial, I suggested that a small set of standard billboard heights be used, and stated that an 8-foot HO scale billboard would translate into 1.10 inches of height. I also recommended a frame around the decal, adding an additional 0.28 inches of height to the final face frame. Now, if we wanted to make the billboard appear 8 feet above the ground, we would have to add the height of the face frame, 1.38 inches, to the height of the legs below the face frame, another 1.10 inches, for a total of 2.48 inches. Additionally, I like to add another scale foot, or 0.14 inches actual, to create an open toe gap area between the face frame and the boardwalk, for a total height of 19 scale feet, or 2.62 inches. But that's just me. If you want taller or shorter legs, make your decisions and cut some suitable length styrene for the vertical legs. How many? I tend to take the length of the face assembly, round it up to the next higher whole number, and cut that many leg sets. Thus, if the face frame assembly is between 3 and 4 inches, I use 4 leg sets. If it's between, you would never use your high school trigonometry. The ratio of the adjacent side to the hypotenuse of a 30-degree angle of a 30-60-90 triangle is the cosine of 30 degrees, or 0.866. Thus, the diagonal for the support will be the length of the vertical leg divided by 0.866, or 3.02 inches. If you decide to make your legs shorter or longer, alter them accordingly. The spreadsheet also contains values for the length of the cross member, the diagonal support, and how far the cross member should be from the top or the bottom of the alignment fixture. Now that we know how long the leg should be, we can cut some styrene, right? Not so fast. If you think you might ever want to create another billboard to these dimensions, stop and make a gauge block. What is a gauge block? It is a piece of dimensionally stable material such as brass, UHMW, or corian, cut to the exact length of the desired part. The gauge block is then used to set the distance of a chopper's blade to its stop block. You never again have to try to measure the distance to place the stop block from the blade. You just place the gauge block on the chopper, slide the stop block over, and forget about it. So, rough cut a piece of material. I use 3mm square brass rod, a bit over length, and gently file or sand off the end until it is the proper length. Make a gauge block for both the vertical leg, the sloped leg, the cross member, and the diagonal support. If you plan on making more billboards than just one size, make a set of gauge blocks for each size. Yes, it's work. Just do it. You can thank me later. Now, using the gauge block, cut the vertical leg to size. Using the sloped gauge block, cut a sloped leg to about 1/4 inch over size, miter one end, and then cut the other end to size with a 90-degree cut. The sloped end will not be perfectly flat to the ground, and that never bothered me. But if it bothers you, chop off the angle with your hobby knife. The result will be 1/8 of an inch to 1/4 inch from the sloped leg to make it more stable. Initially, I wanted a vertical board, but more recently have gone for something more stable. Be advised. Now let's glue the two legs together. I first place a dab of glue on the mitered edge of the sloped piece and place it in the fixture. Then I place a dab of glue on the end of the vertical piece and place it into the fixture, such that the top of the styrene. So I carefully wedge my hobby knife blade between the outside edge of the legs and the fixture, so that the legs have a good close fit, and I wait 15 to 20 seconds for the joint to set. I then put the point of my hobby knife under the joint and pop it out of the fixture and set it aside to cure, which takes about 2 to 24 hours. Don't rush the cure time. While waiting for the two legs to cure, cut the cross member. The length of the cross member will be a function of the height of the face frame assembly. The taller the sign, the longer the cross member. I'll spare you the trigonometry, but my fixtures require that the cross member be 1.42, 1.62, 1.75, 1.93, and 2.06 inches respectively for 8, 10, 12, 14, and 16-foot high billboards. These lengths are not critical, so feel free to cut these a bit longer if you like. Using a gauge block to set the length, cut some evergreen 1/64 styrene about 1/4 inch longer than recommended, miter a 60-degree angle, and cut it to the recommended length. Similarly, use your gauge block to set up the cut for the diagonal cross brace, 0.86 inches, 1.10, 1.25, 1.42, and 1.62 inches. Cut oversize, cut a 60-degree angle, square off the end to the proper length. No approximations here. Now that the two legs have cured, place the cross member in the fixture, making sure that the angled end is facing properly in the proper slot of the fixture. For an 8-foot face frame, use the shortest slot. For a 16-foot face frame, use the longest slot. You will notice that the cross member slots are deeper than the leg slots. This is so that after placing the cross member in the fixture, you can apply a dab of glue where the cross member intersects the legs, then reinsert the legs into the fixture and press the pieces together, and the fixture will hold all three pieces in place. Wait 15 to 20 seconds for the pieces to bond, and then use a hobby knife to pry the pieces from the fixture. Wait a few hours for these pieces to cure. Before gluing the diagonal support, note that the square cut end of the diagonal brace will attach to the sloped leg and the mitered end to the vertical leg, so rotate the diagonal support until they fit. The diagonal support is in the same plane as the two legs, so don't try to glue it to the cross member. It might help to put the three-piece assembly on a piece of glass, legs on the flat surface and cross member above, then slide the glued ends of the diagonal support in place. Now, rough cut, miter, and final cut the diagonal support and glue it into place. Wait overnight for the assembly to cure. If not, take a file or sandpaper and flatten it. Of ultra-high molecular weight or even wood on your tabletop, so that the cross member, the thing that will eventually hold the boardwalk, has some place to drape while gluing the legs. Might make it easier than inch-wide pieces of UHMW between the legs will make this easier. the legs will start to set in 15 to 60 seconds. But if you can, give the joint 15 minutes or so before gluing the next leg to give the joint some brief time to set up. Alternately, and while not absolutely essential, I made an assembly fixture to assist in this task, and it helped a lot. Before gluing the boardwalk, place the face frame into the large slot of the fixture, face down. Line it up so the legs are equally spaced across the long side of the face frame, and that the top of the face frame is aligned with the top of the leg assembly. Take a leg assembly and glue the top part with plastic weld. Insert the cross member into the hole between the two pieces of the fixture and press the top part of the leg into the sign and the bottom part into the long slot. Hold for 20 seconds and go on to the next leg set. Once all the legs are attached, cut a piece of evergreen 144 wide enough to span all the legs and glue it to the sloped legs at the intersection of all the joints to serve as a brace for all the legs. Once dry, trim off the excess. Set the assembly on its legs and glue the boardwalk to the cross member. If desired, trim the legs to make a shorter sign. A straight edge might be useful to minimize the sign's wobble. Paint the entire structure. Since glue does not adhere well to a painted surface, make sure all parts are firmly attached before painting. I prefer flat colors over glossy, and I often try to make the colors of the structure complementary to the colors in the decal. Spray paints worked for me, and I always give 2 coats to both the front and back. Apply the decal. My experience is that about 20 seconds in the water is all it takes to loosen the decal from the backing paper. Once dry, and if desired, spray the whole thing with dull coat. Place the sign on your layout and enjoy. Throughout the last section on making support structures, we made extensive use of assembly fixtures. But where did they come from? The short answer is, I made them. Today we don't have time to cover just how that is done, but there is another resource. I have a website at http://dackm.github.io, and toward the bottom of the site there is a section which contains pointers to all the videos we have seen today, plus a 16-minute section on how I made the fixtures. I have an extensive wood shop in my basement, with tools like a table saw and router table with a router lift, and these tools were necessary to make the fixtures. If you don't have such large bench tools, perhaps a makerspace in your area does, or maybe someone in your train club who is also into woodworking could help you in their shop. But always remember that such tools are dangerous, and your safety is your responsibility. If you lack experience or training, ask for help. The material I used in the fixtures is ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene, or UHMW for short, because it is so slippery and glue doesn't stick to my fixtures during assembly. UHMW is available from woodworking stores such as Rockler and Woodcraft, and even plastic supply merchants in large cities, but I prefer to buy mine from Peachtree Supply at http://www.ptreeusa.com. Why? Because their UHMW pieces seem to have finer grain and are easier to machine. I use 3/32 and 1/8 inch carbide router bits to machine the material, but even smaller bits would be required if you want billboards for something smaller than HO. A digital height gauge and brass setup blocks are also almost indispensable. In a nutshell, the leg alignment fixture is a piece of 4-inch by 3/4 inch UHMW, 4 1/4 inches long, on which I located the center and cut a 60-degree angle. I routed 3/32 inch slots along the 2 longer sides. I very carefully cut off the top point and routed slots perpendicular to the middle length side. The slots were at different locations to be used for different sized signs. The fixture for the boardwalk can be made from just about any thickness of UHMW, 1 3/8 by 6 inches. I routed slots 0.15 of an inch apart and extremely shallow, using a 1/8 inch bit. The final assembly fixture is made from a piece of 5.5 inch UHMW cut lengthwise, 1 3/8 inch from the long side. The larger piece is thinned down from 3/4 inch to 0.59 inches using a large router bit, leaving short wings at either end. The smaller piece has 3 32nd inch slots cut in the short side and again on the long side, with the long side slots being offset 3 32nd inch from the short sides. The pieces are then glued together with contact cement. There are more details to constructing the fixtures in its video. So there you have it. If you have any questions after the presentation, I can be reached at acmans@charter.net, and don't forget the website. Now let's open things up for questions.
Questions were to the presenter. His name is also
Okay.
Dave.
Okay, Speed, that was a great video, Dave. You got any questions there from the chat, Speed?
Yes, we got 3 questions. Dave, can you tell us why white decal paper instead of clear?
Well, white decal paper is on a white background. The actual decal film is white. So you can, most of the signs that I see have a colored background, but if it does have a white background, it will be white. So that's why I prefer it. If you get the clear background, think of if you were trying to number a freight car. You would want it to be clear so that the background color of the car would pass through onto the decal. But if you wanted to have a white background, use white decal paper. And then the film itself is white. And it works out fine.
So you save a layer of white paint.
Say again, please.
You save a layer of white paint because you
The
have white.
you have white paper, white decal film. When you take it off of the backer, it will be white in the areas where you've put nothing else.
Correct. Where do you buy the water slide white decal paper?
Well, there's lots of places for that. You may find it in a local hobby store if it's very well stocked. You may find it from Micromark, where you can get an NMRA discount. You can find it, I buy mine through Amazon because I have Amazon Prime and it can be shipped to me for free, so I can buy it without putting together a larger purchase. So it's fairly common. As I said in the video, I use something from Rolurius and it worked well for me. I had less success with other brands, so I am fairly loyal to that. If you find something that works for you, use it.
Is the billboard supposed to be perpendicular to the ground?
I made it that way to begin with, but then when I put the boardwalks on it, it tended to tilt just a little bit forward if I did not glue it to the layout. So I started nipping off maybe 1/8 of an inch so that it would lean back just a little bit. But I didn't want to get carried away with that either. So in many cases, I ended up gluing them to the layout with tacky glue, and that seemed to work a little bit better. But if you tried to put an individual, a figure, on the boardwalk, it might be a little bit unstable unless it was cemented to the layout.
Okay. Does it really need the diagonal since you already have the supports?
The diagonal is cosmetic, but since I was working with 30, 60, 90 triangles, it was pretty easy to cut it and to put it in, and I think it looks more prototypical. Do you need it for the support? No, you do not. But it was not that much trouble to put in there. And really on that one, the dimensions are a little bit more forgiving than they are for the other pieces. So I put them in there because I like the way it looks.
And this was all built in for an HO scale layout, correct?
It was built for HO. The Evergreen 164, which is the foundation for all the legs, is actually about 3/32 of an inch. It's about an 8x8. It's a little big for HO, just a tad, but and if you would buy them commercially from Walthers, their legs are indeed a little bit smaller, but they were harder for me to work with. And I'm working on a router table when I make the fixtures for assembly. So the smaller the things get, the harder they are to work on. So I like the way it looked with the Evergreen 164.
Any chance you'd be willing to sell some of these fixtures?
I have not in the past. I wanted to give on my website, which daacm.github.io, daacm.github.io. The videos are in there that and the ones that I created, the fixtures, they are more substantial than what you have seen here today. In the interest of time, I've decided to make the cut there. So you saw about 4 minutes of how I make these fixtures, but my chapter 5 at the bottom of that website, scroll all the way down to the end, and there'll be a handout there and a link to a more extensive video on how to make these things. Yeah, I have an extensive shop, but there's got to be somebody in your train club that has a router table with a router lift and might be willing to make some. I suppose I could make some for sale.
Thank
but I'd
you.
rather you
Thank
learn how to learn yourself. But it is inherently dangerous. Woodworking is inherently dangerous. And the first time I taught this clinic, 10 days before I taught it, I cut my thumb on a bandsaw. And
Ouch.
I ended up, you can't see the scar from here, so I won't raise it up. But it healed well with a little bit of CA glue. But be very careful with these things. Always wear eye protection. If you don't know how to use a bandsaw, if you don't know how to use a router table, get some help with it. And indeed, when I routed the cross member slots in there, I made a custom push block so that it would go across, and I just felt safer with that. So watch your safety on all these things. And they don't come with the black coloring in the slots. I had to do that with cut off electrical tape.
Someone wasn't sure if they missed it, but can you make these from wood in the same way?
I wouldn't do it. Ultra high molecular weight polyethylene, one of my favorite words, UHMW, is inherently slippery. So when I used Bondene or Plastruct plastic weld to glue my members together, the slatted leg, the straight leg, and all that, the stuff doesn't stick to UHMW. And I let it cure for 20 seconds and I pop it up. And as long as I made a pretty good glue joint to begin with, it comes out really well. So yeah, you could do it, but you can get UHMW at any of the woodworking stores, Rockler, you can get it at Woodcraft, and you can certainly get it at Peachtree, which is my favorite, PTREEUSA.com, PeachtreeUSA.com. And if you're in a larger US city in the late fall and winter, early spring, there are traveling wood shows that go through major cities. There's one that goes through St. Louis, and I can get a slab of UHMW 3/4 inch for $22, 3/4 by 4 by 48 inches. And they come in smaller thicknesses as well. So that's worth looking around for that. I really like UHMW more than building a jig out of wood.
You think we could 3D print a jig?
You might be able to, but I don't know about the slipperiness.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be the problem with that as far as unknown for me.
Well, Dave, that brings us to another great clinic. Thank you very much for your time and all the effort that you put into this.
Well, thank you for hosting me. I hope it was worthwhile to everyone who attended, and stay safe.
Thank you very much.
Okay, everybody. Day 6 of NMRAX Gateway X. Today's topic is model railroad technology. So I have assembled the best and brightest in model railroad technology at 2020 to be our panel tonight. Similar format to all the previous ones, really, if you've tuned in. We've got some pre-prepared set questions that the guys may or may not have had access to before the event, and we'll go and put those questions to the panel. We'll go through in a set order. It'll be the order in which I introduce the folks, and then we will go to Facebook if there's time, and we'll look at the Facebook post. We may not have time tonight because it's quite a big panel, so we may just take a few selected questions from the chat. So as we go through the round table, pop your questions in the chat on YouTube or Facebook. Brad, our technical assistant in Australia, will note those questions down in upside down Australian terms, and then he will ask the questions to the panel, or say the questions, and we'll go through with the panel at the end. Okay, dead simple. That's what we're going to do for the next hour or so while we're here. So with me tonight, I've got Bruce Willig, who is in Texas and has been hosting for us during Gateway X. Also has his own model railroad business and is a sound engineer by profession, so quite good with technology and all that kind of good stuff. We've got Bruce Petrarca, MMR, from Model Railroad Hobbyist, who's joining us this evening. And then we've got Michael Peterson of Iowa Scaled Engineering, and his wingman, Nathan Holmes, also from Iowa Scaled Engineering, the home of the Proto Throttle. So, and lots of other great technology, but we don't just know them for the Proto Throttle. And at the bottom of my list of people is Speed, at the bottom of the helix, holding up the whole conversation. Speed Mueller from Texas, who is a technology person by trade, so has some quite interesting technology on his layout and is great for on the panel. So that concludes our panel. That's the order in which we'll go to answer the questions. And just on cue, somebody sends me a message and wipes a question out. So question 1, guys, is, and this is for all time, not just in recent years. What do you think has been the #1 technological advance in the hobby of model railroading? Brooks.
Well, I think currently it's going to be the virtual clinics here. The where I'm at, I'm out in the middle of West Texas, and it's about 4 hours for me to get to Dallas, which I go and try to visit often. But since becoming involved with Modeler's Life, now with the Gateway NMRAX, I've really gotten more glued into the hobby and helping my advancing with that. And talking about 3D printing, Arduinos, just gives you a really avenues that you can go down and go as complicated as you want or as simple as you want.
Okay, thanks, Brooks. Bruce.
Well, given my background at Litchfield Station, I have to say DCC. But DCC is kind of plateaued in that it's getting fairly well received. There's a lot of people using it. It's being advanced into power on board radio control situations and all that. But the actual systems that are coming out from all of the manufacturers really have not advanced much in the last 8-10 years. Unlike, if you look around in the computer industry and various other things. So I'm a bit disappointed in the manufacturers on that side. There's a few interesting things that have come along. And I think, the next guys are going to talk about that a little bit. But it's still not as user-friendly as it should be. Let's put it that way.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Bruce. Michael?
Yeah, I'd have to agree with Bruce. I think DCC, that in my book, is the #1 technological advance. It's enabled a lot of things to happen. We have the sound decoders that we have today. more realistic operations are possible with it. And then I got to throw in the proto throttle, obviously, but
I give you the line.
Yep, I think DCC though to me is probably the biggest technological advance so far. I think there's some others on the horizon, but for today, up to today, I think that's the biggest one.
Well, I'm really going to sound like a broken record here because I'm right on board with Bruce and Michael. The one technological innovation that's changed my modeling more than anything else in the last 20 years has been DCC. The move to a standardized command control system, an open standard that everybody embraced, and interoperability is nearly perfect. So, and just the sheer miniaturization now, the fact that I have sound decoders in N scale that sound phenomenally good. If you would have told me 15 years ago that was possible, I never would have believed you.
Okay. And Speed?
Well, when Gordy asked me the question the first time, I said, did you mean all time? So can I call out an electron and the moving of such? But I think when we got the ability to move trains to go pick up about, it's just...
Okay, cool. That's a great start. Great kickoff. Okay, so the second question that we had was, and you can't say the same thing as what you've just said. Okay, you have to give a different answer. None of this. I've just said this, and I think it's still right. Different answers. There's been lots of new technology that has been released in the past few years. So let's say the last 5 years. What do you think has been the most exciting advancement, Brooks?
Well, I would have to say the proto throttle. I don't own one myself, but I do plan to get one. And I think for as far as operations go, it's going to really provide a bunch of good realism to operating a locomotive. And especially when you get into doing two-person crews and one's actually operating the locomotive, you really got to think ahead with braking and speed throttle changes when you're doing it, just like you do in the real world.
Okay, and Bruce?
Well, I'm going to talk about lithium batteries. Being able to run an ON30 locomotive for a couple hours on a battery of this size with power on board, I think is going to be a real game changer. I mean, having power on board in the garden stuff, with a battery that's this big is one thing, but the lithium batteries, the size there, really, I think is going to make a big difference.
Sure, Michael.
My answer here, I think, is 3D printing. It's been around for longer than 5 years, but it's really made a lot of advances recently. And actually, I think it's going to explode over the next few years with what you can do.
Cool. Great answer, Nathan.
I think the thing I'm excited about right now, it's not quite come into its own yet. It's not quite mature yet. It's definitely not well adopted yet, but LCC. I'm very interested in an open standardized layout control bus that everybody can plug into. I think it has as much potential as DCC did to bring the industry together and bring interoperable products from signaling to control. I mean, for those of you who know me, I've tried to invent my own control buses over the years with little commercial success, although I still use them. But I think over the next 5 years, if they can get LCC to the point that it's easy to implement from a hobbyist point of view as well as a professional point of view, I think they've really got a game changer there.
Was that a little bit of insight into what you're looking at Iowa Scaled Engineering?
A little bit, but nothing on the horizon. Let's just say that.
Okay. Speed?
Well, Nathan took my answer, so I'm going to go with second best. Now that we can buy these little Wi-Fi things or Bluetooth things for a mere $2, and we can control things without wires. And looking for problems 12 feet away, we can get to my problem where I only want a 3-foot problem. So these wireless things, I think, is the way to go.
Okay, cool. Lots of different technologies there. It was good, and no one repeated their answer. Great. Okay, question 3. The NMRA has been at the front of many of the technological advances in model railroading in the past, including one that we've just mentioned, which was DCC and two that we've mentioned, DCC and LCC. They didn't. The NMRA, unfortunately, Speed did not invent the electron or discover it.
Wait a minute.
But given the history of the NMRA and the hobby and technological advances, including the first of many standards that were set that may now no longer be used, but do you think that the NMRA still plays a vital role in the hobby today, as it did in the past? Brooks?
Well, I would say that it's important to have some sort of organization that can help define those standards. And without that, we'd probably have a monopoly on one manufacturer over the other, and not interoperability between, maximize our budgets for our hobby, and also the complexity. We can either have a simple throttle or go with the proto throttle, if we want to have that. And and I think having especially with the LCC coming along, and there'll probably be manufacturers that are going to be producing different boards, or I could also see if maybe using Arduinos, with it being open source, you could probably put your own kit together to use. So having those standards in place to allow things to operate together was important. And one company could do it, but then another company may not agree with the way this one company's doing it. So having a middleman in there, overseeing that would it definitely help out.
Bruce?
Well, I have two directions on this. One deals with the basically with DCC, the fact that it was backed by the NMRA was the reason that we wound up with all the different vendors and all the things that work together. And then you have, like, Mike's Train House comes along and tries to make it the same sort of thing but different, and the interoperability problems just go nuts. And people were constantly saying, but it's supposed to work with DCC. Well, it doesn't. It's not DCC. Hopefully LCC will evolve the same way, and I believe that's a very important place for the NMRA. Also, the discussion about 3D printing brings up the whole aspect of the achievement program. And 8 or 10 years ago, when people were first using laser, had their own laser cutters and were using and 3D printing was coming out, there was a huge disparity within the achievement program as to what was considered scratch built and what wasn't. And here a few years back, when finally the edict came out that laser cutters, 3D printers, whatever, are tools, and it's the fact that you have created the design that tells that tool what to makes it a scratch built product. Those are the kinds of things that will not drag, but pick the wrong word, that will create the demand for these new technologies. Because now say, okay, well, there's a point in my owning a 3D printer, I can make my own whatever, and if I put it on a model and I have it evaluated for the AP program, or I put it in a contest and have it judged, I can count it as a scratch built item because I put a lot of work and effort into it. Even if you send it off to a third party and have them make it, as long as you design the software. And I think that's really important.
Okay, And Michael?
Yeah, I think the NMRA can play a role here in connecting people and bringing ideas together when the industry has developed different approaches to things. There comes a time when standards are needed. I think we saw that with DCC. We had a lot of different command control stations or protocols out there like CTC 16 and Dynatrol, and then they all came together when the industry matured to a point. It all came together to become DCC. I think with LCC we saw that happen. So as the technology progresses, I think the NMRA can play a role of bringing the right people together to come up with a common standard. Personally, I'd like to see some standardization in sound decoders, but I don't know that will ever really happen. There is a fine line there between standardizing and restricting innovation. Certainly, we don't want to see innovation restricted.
Okay, cool. Nathan?
I mean, as others have covered, I look at the NMRA as it serves two roles. There's the role of bringing standardization amongst manufacturers such that we have high quality model products that all interoperate just fine. I mean, the fact that the NMRA has track standards and wheel profile standards and all of such things, we just take for granted these days. But I mean, it's key to the entire hobby, interoperating well. It's the fact that I can take my equipment up to a club in Denver and I know it's going to run as long as it adheres to NMRA standards. And that part certainly is absolutely critical. There has to be a body fulfilling that role, or all the gains we've made in the last 70 years are just going to fall apart. And then there's also the social aspect, the bringing modelers together, the achievement program, the national conventions, the clinics. That's the part that I think there's definitely a role there. But I sit on the board of two other organizations. One's a Railroad Historical Society, one's a different kind of historical society. And just getting people to join these days is tough. So you've got to make a compelling argument that, the NMRA is here, the NMRA brings value to the hobby that you're not going to get somewhere else. And clearly the social aspect of model railroading is important. We all love to go to operating sessions. We all love to go to meets. So that part's important. It's just convincing people to invest in it that's going to be the tough sell, I think, coming up.
Cool. Thanks, Nathan. Speed?
I think they are extremely relevant. If you look at what LCC is bringing to us, the only thing we need is a few more manufacturers building product for us, and then is it Lionel that says it's going to explode and we'll be all covered with goop?
Yeah, I mean, do you think if I
I'm channeling my inner Scott Thornton here.
We'll get to the numbers on the Proto Throttle in a second. Okay, the final question to go back round the loop, and then we'll attempt to go to Facebook. I warn you that the internet connection in Orkney is currently very bad, and I am struggling, so Brad's going to drive Facebook tonight. But before we get there, one final prepared question. If we were to all sit together, hopefully not socially distanced and with a beer, in 5 years' time to reflect on the past 5 years. So if we were to sit together in 2025 and look back on the 5 years from now to then, what do you think would be the technological advance we would say was the most important in the hobby during that time? Brooks?
Well, I think it's going to be probably remote operations, and also, I could see continuing doing virtually, even if we are meeting in person. I've attended other club meetings and remotely, and I think being able to have that, it allows divisions and even regions to be able to incorporate and be able to have more people interact and be active in the NMRA organization and the hobby together. And I think this is especially with the advent of the NMRA X, it's really we're gonna have the explosion that Lionel talks about, I think. and then also technology just keeps changing every day. And in the sound and lighting industry, we've gone from analog audio consoles to digital, and now we can send thousands of channels of audio down a single cable. So with the LCC coming out with the possibilities are going to be endless. It's just going to be however much everybody else that gets together and makes things. It's going to be I can't imagine what it's going to be like. So
Okay, Bruce.
Well, I have to say, excuse me, that the whole virtual meeting situation has so changed things just in the last 3 months, 4 months, that we're seeing. I'm going to division meetings that I never even thought I would go to, and the EduTrain system came along a while back. It was okay. This is going to be a way that people can take your clinic and present it at another location. Well, now you can do it yourself at another location. It's becoming wonderful. Look, 5 years from now, looking back on what's going on now, I think we're going to have the power on board situation down to where it's fairly straightforward in HO and maybe even in N. You were talking about decent sounding N scale locomotives. When I sold Litchfield Station 10 years ago, and the fellow that was working for me then, the Bachmann 2882 in N scale, and getting some pretty decent sound out of it, which, you're dealing with the physics of the wavelength of audio in something that small. And so I think we're going to see more of that. And the Bluetooth communications giving us more things we can do that way. So I think we're going to see a lot of interesting stuff. And right now, I don't think what's going to change in 5 years? There could be something huge that comes out, later this year, and it completely changes everything.
Michael?
Yeah, I think I kind of agree with Bruce there on the. I'm not so sure about power on board, but at least direct to locomotive communication. I think there's some room for advancement there, and I wouldn't be surprised in the next 5 years if we saw a lot more of that, maybe even an N scale, wireless directly to the locomotive. But what I think in 5 years may be a big game changer is just, like I referred to before, the continued advancement of 3D printing and what you can do there. I think that's going to order a car from Scale Trains and click print at home and have it appear. I don't know. That would certainly be interesting if we could get to that point.
Nathan?
Somebody please bring me battery power and N scale, even if it's only a few minutes worth. I would love that. That would be wonderful. But I think I'm going to go off on another slight tangent here of do-it-yourself electronics. Arduinos and that sort of thing have never been more accessible and a lower barrier to entry than right now. People that, just average everyday people without the background in electronics or programming can get into this stuff with all the tutorials online and build some pretty amazing things pretty quickly. And I think that is going to open up possibilities in model railroading that we've never even considered. Ways of automating things, ways of animating things, ways of enhancing the operational experience. And I think when we look back, we're kind of at a threshold of where that's going to start being an even bigger game changer than it has been in the last 5.
My answer is in line with Nathan's, that the access to wireless little things that we can control now as a hobbyist at home, and you don't need an expert to do it for you or pay money to do it. If we sit 5 years from today and have a few beers, we might say, wow, we didn't use a lot of copper. And I think that would be nice.
I think for the uninitiated, Speed's talking about wireless control and more wireless devices talking to each other. So I'm going to make one controversial point on this, and then I want to see what the panel's view is on this. So when I was a youngster, which wasn't that long ago, so half my life ago, so like 15 years ago.
Is this where we interrupt you?
No. So 15 years ago, I got into about 20 years ago, 20 years ago, I got into North American modeling because the stuff from the North American modeling manufacturers was so much better than what we could get that was UK outline and what we could get in the UK at that time. And unfortunately, it seems since the 2008-2010 economic crash that the manufacturers in North America have stagnated in terms of some of the detail has improved, but the actual technology hasn't, and we're continuing to see reruns of the same models. One recent rerun, the only upgrade to the model was a different sound decoder in it, but the actual model still had copyright 1996 on all the moldings, for example, that was just recently released in the last few months. And yet our friend Locos with factory fitted as standard, not only sound units, which is now in North American outline, North American manufacturers, a unit with sound on board still remains the top tier of factory fitted accessory. In Europe now, forced smoke units, including on a HO scale steam locomotive, steam emitting from the cylinder drain cocks at the front of the locomotive is standard, and that's no longer the top tier because now Roco and other European manufacturers will be fitting cameras on board at the factory into their models and connecting their models through Wi-Fi to their control units that they built, which are DCC, but also Wi-Fi enabled throttles. Do you think that the hobbyists in North America are being shortchanged and should be? We'll go around. Brooks.
Well, actually, I wasn't aware that the models over in the UK were that advanced, but I think it would be great to have some more realism. Recently, I just put a sound decoder in my first sound decoder in a locomotive, and it certainly adds a lot to the operation of the locomotive. I've been to other layouts and operated there, and some of them run them and some of them don't, and it really makes you really control it a lot better. But it would be nice to have some more features to it. That probably would come at a higher cost though, and that might be one of the factors that's causing that from happening right now, because I know we're always complaining about spending $200 on a locomotive with sound. So, like what would that cost for that?
I can answer that before we go to Bruce. So,
okay.
I also forgot that Lionel did announce yesterday that they will be releasing an O gauge, so a free rail, non-scale locomotive with a camera in the cab as part of their 2020 announcements. But it's $100 more for the top line model with the camera and the forced smoke unit in it than the DCC with sound unit as standard. So we'll go to Bruce.
Well, you answered part of the question there, Gordy. I saw a ESU locomotive here. It was a German outline locomotive about 7-8 years ago. It was electric with the pantograph and the arc, the light of the arcing inside of the locomotive when it was crossing over things, and amazing sound and all of that. And yeah, you were right. It was about $100 more expensive than a similar unit that didn't have that in it. I believe that yes, we are being shortchanged, and I think that, and I don't know this for sure. This is just off the top of my head. I believe that, for example, that ESU unit that I saw was one that was being produced in Europe, and the issue here is the American manufacturers have, for the most part, sold out to China and have become driven by the Chinese pricing, their tooling, the whole situation there. And I think that's where it's kind of stagnated, is that we've given up our ability to change and tweak the manufacturing process because we've turned it over to them. And I think we are being shortchanged in the short answer.
Okay, thanks, Bruce. Michael?
Yeah, like Brooks, I wasn't aware of what you guys had available over there in Europe. So sure, bring me diesel exhaust in N scale. The manufacturers seem to be doing well. Their products are selling, but there's always room for innovation and advancement. And I think we as consumers should encourage that, should ask for that, and look for it.
That's fine. Thanks, Michael. We'll go to Nathan.
I'm going to offer a bit of a contrarian answer just because that's who I am. I mean, you mentioned things like I was also not aware, steam from the cylinders. That's actually amazing. I would love to see it. And yes, that sort of thing, I agree. If that's possible, then why don't we have it here on American prototypes? And maybe it's the American market won't bear the price, but I can't believe that given, Athearn selling price for the big boy and how well those have apparently sold based on what I've heard. So people complain about the price, but I'm not sure that closes their wallet. But when you start talking about other technological interface or innovations like wireless control, I'm much less interested, and I would not be part of the market because there's no standard set for wireless control. Everybody's got their own. And inevitably, they're probably not going to release specifications for the radio and the data stream and everything else. So I'm not interested in vendor lock-in. If we're going to do radio, I'd like to see the NMRA set a standard on it, be that a direct LCC connection or, a lower complexity standard of essentially DCC over radio. But, a lot. Yes,
So
Bruce?
Nathan, just to want to clarify something. They're not having a separate Wi-Fi control. They've brought out Wi-Fi throttles for DCC, and it was specific in the cabs. At both
Okay,
ends.
I must have missed a word or.
No,
and I mean,
sorry.
I know that's possible.
Yeah, no, it's Wi-Fi. They've got Wi-Fi IP cameras in the cabs of the locomotives.
Oh, yes. In which case, I definitely feel we're getting shortchanged. I want one of those. Let me back the whole contrarian answer out.
Yeah, I mean, considering that the cameras are on eBay for like $5, so
right. And
okay.
Contrarian off.
Contrarian off.
Yeah, there you go. I just want to say one thing. I saw about 5 or 6 years ago a BLI locomotive that was an HO scale steam locomotive that had not only smoke but chuff synchronized smoke. So the faster the locomotive went, the faster the chuffs came out, and the chuff puff was timed with the chuff sound. And I saw one of them. I hadn't seen one before or since, but they have been around. I don't know what the premium was or whatever else, but they've been around. Maybe it didn't sell. I don't know.
Okay, Speed.
I'm gonna blame the media, like I always do. I think we need to have more of these meetings so we can see these things. Like the standard thing, it's the manufacturers will build what the users demand, and if we don't demand that, why would they give us steam and N scale coming out of the cylinders? Because I never asked for that, because I have some perception that that's impossible. But if we think outside the box and start asking things that we would like to have instead of just what we think is possible, then maybe we would get more.
Yeah, I think the old Henry Ford, I'm going to get this wrong, but the old Henry Ford adage of if you asked the people what they wanted, they would have wanted faster horses. when the Model 4T was designed. Then I think it's a similar thing. Okay, so we've exhausted the pre-prepared questions. The last question there about manufacturing was not planned. They didn't know about that one. So, Brad, could you share, please, the Facebook post we put on? So every day we've been putting a Facebook post up on NMRA Facebook, and today it was share your model railroad technology. So we'll quickly, while everyone in the roundtable has a breather, I'll quickly just skim through this as we promised we would every day. I don't know where the comments have just gone on that, Brad. I think you just closed it. There we go. It's open, closed, open, open, open the comments. Go on, do it. There you go. Scroll down now. Okay, so Lloyd there shared a picture of his random number generator to give for a scale track using an Arduino. Another example we talked about of open source technology that we can use. Go on. Next one.
Gordy, it says it's not a random number generator. It's an actual
it's not a random
weight.
number generator. Oh, it's actual weight. Sorry, Lloyd. It's actually weighing. That's cool with Arduino. And there's how you built it. So quickly, we don't need to open all of these. We haven't got time. We want to go to some in the chat, but that's great. So everyone go and check this out. Brad, open that. Right, Brad, what's that?
That's a Raspberry Pi running a Sprog. So that's the heartbeat of my layout.
Is it a bit crunchy with that plastic crust on it?
If you put a bit of cream or custard with it, it's not too bad, yeah.
Oh, that's okay. And what's the other picture you've got there? Is this showing all of your how that all fits together as a
Correct.
DCC system? So talk through what we're looking at there.
Top right-hand corner, that's the Raspberry Pi. The big white box next to it's the network Wi-Fi access point for down in the layout room. Ethernet hub to the left of that. Directly down below the Raspberry Pi is the main switch, so that there controls power going to the layout or to my workbench. And then from there, we go down into some boosters, some Tam Valley boosters, across into some reverse loop modules, and then out into the layout as needed. Based in,
Awesome.
I've got 2 layout levels here.
Did you have to make us look bad with all your 90-degree turns there?
What would you rather, 45's speed?
I'm just saying you're making us look bad.
Speed prefers a few spirals in there, a few wiring helixes. Okay, and Brooks, you've posted something there. Open that up. Let's have a look. Right,
Yeah,
what we're looking at.
That's an industrial programmable controller. I've got a few of those left over from my parents owned a foundry, and I started out, learning about these, and these are way overkill for a model railroad. But since I had them, I was been thinking about trying to use them. But I think that's probably a 30-year-old controller. Of course, they're built a lot more rugged, but you could, with what we have now, you could do a lot more with in a smaller package than what like industrial. And of course, they still use those today, but the Arduino is definitely the way to go.
Cool. And I think that was it. We asked Speed to add a few things and he didn't. That's fine. Okay. You can stop sharing now. So people, every day we've gone and put a post on about the day's theme. Gordy was late with that one today, and somebody pointed out I hadn't done it, so I did it a little earlier. So we've still got about 10 minutes left. Brad, do we have questions for the panel? People put in the chat.
We've got a couple of questions. The first one was asked by Kent. He asked, what tools and technology are we using to broadcast this stuff out around the world?
Interesting. Okay, so we use a meetings. We use a meeting room piece of software that's not Zoom, and from that piece of software, we are able to share a URL which people use to join the meeting, and they can share video and share screens, and also connect it to other things. Like we've not done it yet, but we can actually put a whiteboard up and we can draw things out during a clinic. So it's everything and anything we can do in a clinic room, we can do in the studio. And from that, then we run that through a system called Streamlabs OBS, which is Open Broadcast Studio. We use that piece of software to coordinate all the scene changes and media file changes and share videos, etc., into a stream. So effectively see that as on one side you have what's next, and on the right hand side of the screen you have your TV, as if what you guys are seeing on the stream, and we just keep switching between the two. And that piece of software connects the computer to the World Wide Web, and goes into without getting too technological, goes into the back of Facebook and YouTube, and through an encryption key provides the stream. And there's about a 50-second delay sometimes on the stream between us talking and it going out, but that's just how Facebook and YouTube work, and that delay is determined a couple of reasons. That delay improves the quality, because otherwise it would just be buffering all the time, but also it depends on the bandwidth and the use, how heavily used those websites are being at the time. And we run everything through a single desktop computer being used effectively as a server in Australia, and we have one host and one production assistant, and the production assistant drives the computer as a server in Australia, and the host does all the hosting. And it's as complicated as that. If anyone wants help setting this up, then get in touch with us. And if you're an NMRA organization or not for profit, then we will help you. If you are for profit, then we will still help you, but we will ask for you to support the NMRA.
Perfect. Okay, Lloyd asks, do you think animation will become a huge part of model railroading with the new electronics like Arduino?
Who wants to answer? Put your hand up if you want to answer, and we'll go to you. Put your hand up in the next 2 seconds, or I'll pick you, Bruce.
I think that we've the only person I know that's seriously tapped animation is Laurie McLean down in Australia, and he's done some amazing things. But we're on the verge of having some changes there that will enhance that, and anything we can do to move away from a static situation and into something that has time variation to it adds to the enjoyability of the layout and of the experience of watching it, operating it, whatever.
Cool. Anybody else want to add to that? Speed?
We definitely have the technology and the access to it now. You could always buy a circuit scene in every scale, but I don't have a circuit scene, and I'm not sure if Michael has one. I'm sure Brooks doesn't have one. That doesn't mean that we couldn't have a circuit scene. But as soon as you can build something yourself and bring someone to your layout and say, hey, look what I built. I built that track scale myself. Track scales are for sale, right? But as soon as you can do it yourself, there's a higher interest into it. So animations and all these other things that we can do, like bathroom lights, as you'll see next week, that becomes doable now.
Well, I'm interested to see what the guys from Iowa Scale Engineering have to say about animations and how it can enhance your layout, because I know you guys do some circuitry that people can use to animate or to enhance the operations of their model railroads.
Yeah, I was just going to add, I'm curious to see what happens with something like live backdrops. We kind of are getting close to the technology where you could project or even just display on some sort of screen a realistic backdrop that changes with time and, sunrise, sunset, weather. I think a few people have attempted that, but I'm actually curious to see where that goes. We're not working on anything, by the way, on that, but it does intrigue me if the possibilities there.
Yeah, I think you're actually right there, Michael. If Martin was here to join us, I believe he showed me a gentleman's put a monitor down as a riverbed, and he runs a scene of a river looking down on it. So that
Yeah, I
sort of
think I've
technology
seen.
is being used there.
Yep.
That's been done. That has been done. I'd say yesterday during the virtual national train show. I can't remember. I think it was ESU had green screened their layout, so they were in the basement of one of their guys, and above where the back scene didn't really go to the ceiling, but what they'd done is green screened around the back of it, and then put in an additional back scene around the buildings. It was very good. They'd done that using Zoom or OBS, which is obviously if you're in the room you're going to see the green screen, but if you're doing remote operations, then I think it's entirely possible and convincing from a remote perspective that you have that moving back scene. You wouldn't know any different. So,
I got something to add to that.
Brooks, yeah.
As far as the animations go, these layouts that are at train shows, the public really likes to see action. And I think with doing the animations, it adds more to their layout. And I would say, instead of just having a train just going around in circles or a loop or, however you're doing it, it can add more user interaction, especially to operations like the scale house that John was putting up. When you run a train over that during operations, you can weigh each car, so it drags the operation session out longer. And I think that having that ability would really, it just makes the hobby more enjoyable, more things to do also.
Okay.
Cool.
We've got another
Any
question
more?
just come in from Jack. How can signaling be more simplified and less costly? And I'm going to go to Speed for this one.
I'm retiring. Go on, Speed.
If you watch how the dispatcher clears this train block by block, you're looking at $3 worth of electronics. So do you want it less costly? Do you want to glue these? You want me to come to you to glue these on your layout? So how inexpensive and easy do we need to make this?
What Speed's referring to is just at the very right of his image of his camera. There is a Pensy signal head
Saying stop. Next one says stop. That one says clear. The next one says approach. And then the clear there, and these have stopped now, and these have gone dark as the train moves on.
Okay.
And if
they're
Brooks wants
wireless.
this, I'm going to charge him $3. And it's a wireless thing that looks just like that.
Okay, Brad, is there any other questions? Otherwise, I have one very good final question that was on my emergency question list that I want to ask.
Okay, there has been a couple of questions that asked, what would it take to get more manufacturers on board with LCC?
Nathan?
I say, as my own opinion right now is that LCC needs two things. It needs, you're absolutely right, more manufacturers. It also needs support from the sort of hobbyist side of, people being able to adopt it and build with an Arduino or some other development board an easy LCC node. And I think right now the problem is the specs are very, very complete, but they're also very, very verbose and obtuse. The learning curve is more like a vertical cliff. Trying to digest that and figure out how to get started is tough. And I say that as someone who does embedded software professionally. It's the where do I start aspect. It's also a little bit of chicken and egg. There are not a lot of LCC products on the market right now. Dick Bronson Railroad Circuits has some very good ones. TCS is obviously coming out with their command station, and they've already come out with their wireless throttle. But it's the you need products to attract products. So you've got to get more people asking for it, more people who are aware of its potential and are going to manufacturers and saying, hey, I want this to work with LCC because I want it to go work with this other thing over here.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. That actually leads right quite into my question, which we'll close out with. What piece of technology, we're going to go all the way around, so get your thinking caps on really quick, Brooks. What piece of technology do you think exists today that you're aware of that you don't think we utilize, or that we don't utilize in model railroading that you think that we should? Think of any piece of technology in the world. Okay, Brooks, we're going to you.
Well, I would say that might be Wi-Fi, like Speed was saying with the signaling. And I'm interested in Fremo modules. And, right now there's no, the wiring standards, just DCC buses between the modules. And so if I wanted to incorporate animations or have some interaction in between Arduinos, I would need to do that with Wi-Fi because my modules may not be, together next to each other where I can run a bus wire in between it. They may be separated with other modules in there. And so I think Wi-Fi is going to be important. In the audio industry, we've gone to remote control of our audio consoles with iPads. And especially with the DCC right now, to have remote control, you have to either run JMRI or you use a Wi-Fi node to get into the bus system, that the communication system that the DCC system that you're using talks, there. And I think if you had it where, we could remote control a train, say with the dead rail straight from our phone with Wi-Fi, that could take a lot of the complication out of it. Of course, it's going to be, usually when you make things simpler for users, there's a lot of more complication on the other end for manufacturers to have to put in to make it simple. So that could, that could make it harder for them to implement that. But, I think that would be the thing to make things easier. And you can see that right now with a lot of consumer technology, like video doorbells, IP cameras. You turn it on and launch a little application on your phone and you can configure it. So I think that would be the technology that we could use coming forward.
All right, cool. We'll go to Bruce.
I think that the technology that we're underutilizing right now is the tablet and smartphone areas. There's some smartphone throttle apps, and there's Wi-Fi direct to your locomotive apps and that sort of thing. But it still feels to me like there's a lot of things that we should be able to do on a smartphone or on a tablet that we aren't there with.
Okay, and Michael.
I'm drawing a blank. I'll go back to one of my previous answers. I think there's a lot we can do with 3D printing. Even some of the model manufacturers, we're seeing that today. They're starting to get into that, but there's probably more they can do there. Maybe even to go back to the other question you asked of some of these features that we should be asking the manufacturers to provide. Can 3D printing on the mechanical side provide some of that? Some in terms of details on the locomotives, road specific or even unit specific details. Is there a way to use that technology to make that affordable?
Thank you, Michael. Nathan?
I'm drawing a little bit of a blank here too.
Yeah. Well,
I definitely think.
Let's not say battery on board for N-Scale again, okay?
Oh, come on. I really, really want that. But
what about magnetic charging? I mean, that would be cool.
I would actually say that the thing I view as underutilized right now is some sort of good user interface design. Users have a lot of problems configuring technological products in the model railroad sector. And I don't have a good answer for this. If I did, I would have already built it into some of our products. But just going through some of the support emails of trying to get users to enter things as simple as an SSID into a configuration file, or walk them through menus. I think there's been a lot of good work on user interface design in all the other sectors that we have not taken advantage of in the model railroad technology world. And this goes back into smartphones and tablets and this sort of thing that people are very comfortable using. Can we design a better way to configure model railroad products? CVs on locomotives, DCC systems. Is there a better way to do it?
Okay. And Speed?
Nathan has it spot on there. There's a lots of questions in the chats about what would it take to bring LCC to the masses. Just like when we had CVs way back then and you had to subtract 32 from a hexadecimal number. No. So please, LCC, never again show me a 64-bit message identifier. Give me something where I can make an event-driven something like a track that goes oculus that is way beyond the thinking of my short brain here at the bottom of the helix. So neither should that be needed by Bruce. But that was Nathan's answer. My answer is we need more technology that uses electrons, moving electrons.
And I'm going to close that out with a message to all manufacturers about, because if we can improve the user experience, we will grow the hobby. So thank you everybody for taking part tonight. I'm sure there's lots of comments and questions in the chat. If anyone's feeling like they've got half an hour to give to NMRAX and one of you wants to go over and check out some of the questions, you never know, Nathan, I give you some product ideas. Someone may have the solution to power on board in N-Scale. So thank you to the panel. We will disappear now and get the next clinician in and start the evening show. We're going to kill the stream in just a wee second, so Pat's clinic will start a little bit later. If you're on YouTube, go back to the channel, watch for the next video to go live. This will be July 17th, part 3. And if you're on Facebook, stay on the Facebook page. Follow the Facebook page, you'll get a notification that we've gone live. If you're in the Facebook group, you just have to wait a few minutes while Gordy resets it. But thank you everyone for sticking with us. This is Gordy out now. For me, the rest of the team will handle the rest of the convention. So thank you to my team, and thank you to all our clinicians.